Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, a lady, the Chief Justice of Kenya, and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, distinguished guests, allow me to adopt the protocol list as earlier given. Your Excellency, we are greatly honored by your presence at our ADR summit today, and we thank you profusely for taking time out of your very busy schedule to grace the summit. Our goal as the African Chief Justices ADR Forum is to make litigation the last resort, not the first response in resolving disputes. Our hand in this regard by some cooperating partners, and these include the University of the United States of America, who have journeyed with us right from inception, and the Chandler Institute. Allow me, Mr. President, to ask the Vice President of Pepperdine University, Dr. DeWatt, as well as Mr. Ron Chari from the Chandler Institute, to just stand. They are. By gracing this summit, you are sending a very clear message. Africa must choose to dialogue over delays. Governments, judiciaries, legal practitioners, and disputants must now walk through that door together. We want to make ADR the first door citizens knock on, not the last, because every case that clogs our courts is a business delayed, a farmer unpaid, and the family divided. With alternative dispute resolution, we shall unclog the arteries of justice. To be clear, ADR does not seek to replace the rule of law. It seeks to strengthen it. It does not undermine the judicial function, but it complements it. Mediation, arbitration, negotiation, resolve disputes faster, cheaper, and leave relationships intact. These ADR mechanisms are not soft options. They are strategic tools. They keep African business running instead of litigating. They keep foreign investors confident that contracts here in Africa mean something. They keep communities together and instead assist in ensuring that they are not torn apart by battles in court. For Africa, it means much more. Investors have confidence, small-scale and medium enterprises survive cash flow shocks, and our courts can focus on matters whose nature or complexity truly need a judge's attention. Africa's clarion call is to move from aspiration to execution. Africa's development agenda will not be delivered by declarations alone. It will be delivered by institutions that turn political ambition into commercial trust, cross-border investment, and enforceable justice. So we meet today at a definitive turning point. The continent has set its grand ambition. We have negotiated historic treaties, committed to regional integration, industrialization, and embraced the promise of self-financing. Yet Africa's execution agenda is mathematically impossible without the deliberate institutional integration of our judiciaries. Development depends on capital, and outlay of capital demands confidence. Confidence in turn cannot exist without justice capable of protecting rights, enforcing contracts, and resolving disputes predictably. This reality underpins the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area is not a passive trade agreement. It is the economic vehicle for Africa's sovereignty. But let us be clear. Protocols do not move goods or services. Treaties do not de-risk capital. Investors will not commit capital to an integrated market unless they trust that cross-border disputes will be resolved fairly, transparently, and swiftly. Judiciaries are not peripheral observers, as we already had, of development. They are its primary infrastructure. When we discuss trade, infrastructure, our minds turn to physical, our minds will turn to physical assets. We shall think about highways, deep water ports, standard gauge railways, and the fiber optic networks. But an integrated market requires a parallel foundation, the infrastructure of trust. And this invisible infrastructure is built by courts, commercial registries, alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, and alternative justice systems. And let me briefly quantify the cost of institutional failure. First, delayed judgment is as economically destructive as a delayed shipment. An enforced arbitral award undermines investor confidence as deeply as a collapsed bridge. A fragmented, unpredictable dispute resolution system acts as a non-tariff barrier, as any illegal border closure. So for this reason, investing in commercial courts and ADR is an explicit investment in Africa's global competitiveness. Modern commerce requires justice. Be fast, predictable, and digitally integrated. ADR, AJS are no longer elite options to formal litigation. They are central mechanisms for delivering justice. They preserve commercial relationships, slash transaction costs, and democratize access to justice for small-scale cross-border traders, women entrepreneurs, and multinational investors alike. However, we must ask candidly unsettling questions. Is ADR truly operational within our judiciaries, or is it merely present in law and policy? This summit, Mr. President, rightly asks whether court-connected ADR is functioning as a trusted tool, or whether it remains present in law but weak in practice. That question must guide our deliberations. Africa has no use for symbolic ADR designed for compliance metrics. So, what is the ADR Africa needs? A, Africa needs operational ADR. B, Africa needs credible ADR. C, Africa needs ADR that market actors, regulators, courts, and investors can trust. And this brings us back to the core mandate of this summit, judicial alignment. Our judiciaries must be present where Africa's development architecture is designed, financed, and monitored. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area is creating a single continental market, stretching across diverse legal traditions, constitutional limits, and varying levels of digital readiness. This diversity is an asset, but it must be allowed to develop into systematic, it must not be allowed to develop into systematic fragmentation. If an international trader or investor encounters inconsistent enforcement, weak mediation platforms, or analog case management across borders, the entire promise of regional integration weakens. So judicial alignment does not demand the erosion of national sovereignty, identical statutory laws, or uniform courts. Rather, it demands shared operational baselines and common enforcement standards, mutual recognition of cross-border settlement and of arbitral awards, discipline and efficiency in automated commercial case management. It also calls for judicial predictability, secure tax certainty, and support robust domestic resource mobilization. This is the strategic value of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Judicial alignment roadmap. It establishes the baseline for cooperation and mutual confidence required to make a single continental market functional. That combination should not remain at the margins of this summit. It should be embedded at the center of our discussions. Your Excellency, consistently challenged, Your Excellency has consistently, in fact, challenged Africans to finance their own transformation. And this challenge applies equally, directly, to the administration of justice. Judiciaries provide the baseline credibility and stability for fiscal systems. And by making tax rules predictable and resolving revenue disputes fairly, our courts enable governments to mobilize domestic revenue without choking the private sector growth. If justice is infrastructure, governments must finance it as infrastructure. Governments must invest in commercial ports, digital case management, ADR processes, judicial training, enforcement mechanisms, and user-centered justice services. Africa cannot invest billions in physical infrastructure while neglecting the justice ecosystems that protect the contracts sustaining that very infrastructure. This is where the African Chief Justice's ADR Forum has a vital role to play, because it is uniquely positioned to transition the continent from fragmented, isolated judicial reform to a coordinated continental network. The theme of this summit, a justice system that serves, listens and resolves, advancing ADR and alternative justice system for peace, inclusion, and prosperity in Africa, must look beyond professional networking. The Africa Chief Justices Forum, ADR Forum, must be leveraged as a strategic continental enabler. If Africa is serious about economic transformation, its judicial leadership must sit at the main table where development priorities are budgeted, delivered, and evaluated. Distinguished colleagues, Africa's economic future will not be secured by declarations alone. It will be secured by institutions that execute. The Continental Free Trade Area requires roads, ports, energy, finance, digital systems. But above all, it requires courts that can be trusted, ADR mechanisms that are credible, settlements that are enforceable, and judiciaries that are aligned around the realities of a united African market. Your Excellency, the leadership of Africa collectively can make ADR the default, not the alternative, by supporting court-annexed mediation and general mediation, enforcing arbitration agreements, and mandating ADR clauses in government contracts. We will not just reduce case backlog, we will build a culture where Africans go back to resolve their problems at the table with speed, dignity, and wisdom, not only in the courtroom. A nation that resolves disputes wisely grows wisely. Let us choose dialogue over delay and settlement over strain. And may Africa be known not just for the disputes we have, but for how wisely we resolve them. So, Mr. President, we ask for your hand in this. Champion the enforcement of arbitration clauses in government contracts, support court-annexed mediation, champion ADR in every ministry, and with your voice behind it, ADR will move from margins to the mainstream. So let this summit send an unequivocal message to the continent. Jurisdictions are development institutions. Judiciaries are development institutions. Justice is infrastructure. ADR and AJS are the primary tools of delivery. For Africa to trade with confidence, invest with courage, and grow with true inclusion, we must resolve our disputes with fairness, speed, and absolute trust. This is not a narrow technical adjustment. It is a development imperative. And that is our responsibility. That is our historic opportunity. And that is the precise way before us. A strong Africa is not one that litigates more. It is one that resolves disputes better. Mr. President, I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. It is now my honor, Your Excellency, to invite the Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome, to deliver her remarks and in turn invite His Excellency the President. Why don't we welcome her with a warm clap?
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief Forces, my colleagues, the Chief Justices from Africa, our judges, senior judges who have come to witness and participate in this great forum. We have judges from the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, High Court, we have senior judicial officers, we have our Attorney General, and we have our very, very distinguished guests. Your Excellency, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yes, it is an honor, a great, great honor for me as Chief Justice of this forum, the African Forum of Chief Justices on Alternative Justice Mechanism, and I truly want to welcome all of you to Nairobi, the green city in the sun, for the 3rd Africa Chief Justices Alternative Dispute Resolution Forum. I extend a very warm welcome to my brother and sister Chief Justices, judges, judicial leaders, ADR practitioners, scholars, and delegates who have traveled from across Africa and beyond to participate in this important gathering. Your Excellency, before you this morning, we have the Honorable Chief Justice of Zambia, Dr. Muba Marina, who has delivered the opening speech. We have the Chief Justice of Gambia, Chief Justice Hassan Jaro. We have the President of the East Africa Court of Justice, Mr. Nestor Ayobera. We have the Chief Justice of Malawi, Justice Msikamanda, who is also the chairperson of the East and Central Chief Justices Forum. We have Mr. Justice Peter Shibute, Chief Justice of Namibia. We have my sister, who are told Africa has 54 countries and only 5 female Chief Justices. And today we are blessed to have Honorable Lady Justice Goodluck Motomori Orokokumbo Kekere Ekun, the Chief Justice of Nigeria. We have Chief Justice of Sierra Leone, Justice Komba Kamande. We have the Chief Justice of Somalia, my brother, Justice Bashir Yusuf Ahmed. We have our neighbor, the Chief Justice of Uganda, the Honorable Dr. Justice Previan Senja. We have the Chief Justice of Zanzibar, Honorable Mr. Justice Kamis Ramadan. We have the Deputy Chief Justice of Kenya, the Honorable Chief Justice Philomena Mtemwilu, and the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice of Zimbabwe, Justice Paddington Galwell. We have Honorable Justice Hamid Yakub, representing the Constitutional Council of the Arab Republic of Sahrawi. We have the Justice of the Supreme Court from Senegal, Justice Diop. We have a retired Chief Justice Emeritus from Ghana, no. The Honorable Chief Justice of Rwanda and Ghana will be joining us virtually. We have the Honorable Lady Justice Mesa Asenaf, retired Chief Justice of Ethiopia. We have Chief Justice, retired Emeritus Justice Andrew Nyirenda of Malawi. We have retired Chief Justice of Rwanda, Emeritus Faustin Desirayo. We have our elder brother, also retired Chief Justice of Rwanda, Justice Sam Mugenge. We have our brother and founder of this forum, the former Chief Justice of Uganda, Justice Owine Doro. We have Justice of Appeal representing the Republic of Cameroon, Justice Theophilus Taxi, Honorable Justice Arufai Kweke, Justice Sarah Abdallah, Justice Fatma Rashid, representing the Republic of Tanzania. Welcome, my brother and sister judges. Your presence here reflects our shared commitment to building justice systems that are people-centered. Your Excellency, yesterday we had a field day to Embu, and the distinguished judges were able to see how AJS work at the community level, how we solve disputes involving our people, build harmony, and bring restorative justice that is healing. Today, as our chairperson has explained, we are focusing on commercial justice, how we can accelerate development through the use of AJS, NDIR, and all the other mechanisms. Allow me, Your Excellency, to express my very sincere gratitude to you for graciously accepting our invitation to deliver the keynote address at this forum. Your Excellency, your presence here today is a reminder that justice sector transformation is not only the responsibility of judiciaries alone. It is a shared national and constitutional endeavor that requires the support of all arms of government and the society at large. We, as judiciaries of Africa, are deeply grateful for your continued support of the reforms within the judiciary and the transformation agenda. Your Excellency and distinguished colleagues, we gather at a time when access to justice remains one of the defining challenges confronting our African societies. While our constitutions and statutes all promise justice for all, the lived experiences of many Africans tell a more complex story, like the story we were told yesterday from empirical research that here in Kenya, only 17% can afford to go to court, formal courts, and pursue justice in the formal justice sector. A whopping 64% are people who access justice through the alternative means. I also want to refer to the recently released Afrobarometer Round 10 survey on access to justice that was conducted across 38 African countries. That survey showed only a half of citizens express confidence that ordinary people who are wronged can obtain justice in the courts. The survey also reveals another important reality, that millions of our people from the continent of Africa continue to seek justice outside the formal courts. Across the continent, many citizens turn first to our traditional leaders. They turn to our customary systems, they may be courts, they turn to community elders, the religious leaders, and other community-based mechanisms when confronted with. These findings should not be viewed as a rejection of formal justice systems. Rather, they remind us that for many Africans, justice is not merely a courtroom event. The findings challenge us, Your Excellency, as judicial leaders, to broaden our understanding of justice and to create pathways through which disputes can be resolved quickly, fairly, affordably, and in ways that strengthen rather than fracture our communities. In Kenya, and in accordance with the Constitution, our response has been guided by the conviction that courts alone cannot meet the skill and diversity of justice needs in society. While courts remain indispensable guardians of constitutionalism, human rights, and the rule of law, they are not the only legitimate pathways through which justice can be achieved. Yesterday, Your Excellency, many of us had the privilege of attending AJS conference in Embu, and that engagement reminded us that Africa possesses very rich traditions of dialogue, reconciliation, and restorative justice. The significance of NDR extends beyond social justice. It is increasingly becoming an economic imperative. As Africa continent deepens regional integration through the Africa Union Agenda 2063 and the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is now expanding and bringing commerce, in our borders, it attracts new investment, the efficiency of our dispute resolution system will directly influence our economic competitiveness. NDR, Your Excellency, reduces transaction costs, preserves commercial relationships, and enhances confidence in the business environment. In this sense, commercial justice must be viewed as a form of economic infrastructure. Indeed, the theme of this forum captures a very profound aspiration for African justice systems. We seek justice systems that serve rather than intimidate. We seek justice systems that reason rather than dictate. And we seek justice systems that resolve disputes rather than merely process them. I therefore encourage us to engage candidly and ambitiously. Let us share our successes and our challenges. Let us learn from one another's experience, and let us work towards a common vision in which every African can access justice that is timely, affordable, fair, and transformative. I am confident that our deliberations will produce practical recommendations and a strong Nairobi community that will communicate to the entire Africa and the world, and that will contribute meaningfully to the future of justice transformation on our continent. Once again, my fellow colleagues and Your Excellency, I welcome you all to Nairobi and wish us fruitful deliberations. Thank you, and God bless you. And now, it is my great honor and privilege to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and the Commander-in-Chief of our Defense Forces, to come forth. Please let us be upstanding as we welcome His Excellency to come and address us. Welcome, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Justice. Please, let's take our seats. The Honorable Chief Justices, Honorable Judges, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the government and people of Kenya, let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Nairobi. I know that was done by our Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, but let me join her in welcoming all of you distinguished leaders to both Nairobi and to Kenya. And it is a great honor for Kenya to host the Chief Justice's Alternative Dispute Resolution Summit 2026. To every Chief Justice, judicial leader, and delegate gathered here, welcome to Nairobi, welcome to Kenya, and we are very happy to have you. We have come together under a theme that states a critical truth: a justice system that serves, listens, and resolves. The legitimacy of our institutions is not measured by the number of laws we pass, but by whether our people experience justice as accessible, fair, and swift. We have gathered to discuss alternative dispute resolution. But permit me, in this room of distinguished jurists, to begin by questioning a single word, the word alternative. In Africa, the resolution of disputes through dialogue is not alternative. It has never been. It is the original and the only justice system. Long before the colonial courtroom arrived on our shores, the Council of Elders sat beneath a tree, the village assembly gathered on the grass. They negotiated settlements, restored relationships, and rebuilt trust. That was not a lesser justice. It was our justice system. Litigation is the import. Reconciliation is the inheritance. So, when the world today speaks of mediation, of restorative justice, of community resolution as bold innovation, Africa may smile quietly. What others are discovering, we have always practiced for generations. We did not import alternative dispute resolution. We authored it. And then, for a time, forgot we were the authors. This summit is our act of remembrance. Consider the most powerful example our continent has ever produced. After the 1994 genocide, Rwanda faced a caseload its ordinary courts would need decades to clear. Through the Kashasha courts, nearly 12,000 community tribunals led by locally elected judges of integrity, Rwanda tried close to 2 million cases in just 10 years. It remains the most comprehensive community justice process in human history. In Kenya, our 2010 constitution anchored alternative dispute resolution into our supreme law, directing our courts to promote reconciliation, mediation, arbitration, and traditional dispute resolution. The impact has been significant. Through the court annex mediation, millions have been returned to our economy, and over 8,000 relationships among disputing families have been restored since 2016. Last year, our judiciary resolved more cases than were filed, achieving a clearance rate of 104% and cutting its backlog by nearly a third. We have also built justice that speaks to people's own language, such as the Al-Islah Alternative Justice Center in Garissa, where mediation and community values resolve disputes that a distant courtroom never could. This is justice that meets people where they are. The future of justice in Africa must be people rather than process-centered. Citizens do not measure justice by the complexity of processes or jargons, including res judicata. I hear something. I don't know what that means. They measure it by 3 simple questions. Were they heard? Was the matter resolved fairly? And did the outcome restore their dignity in time. Our institution must answer these three questions in the affirmative. Ladies and gentlemen, let me turn to another truth that is too often missed. Effective dispute resolution is not only a social good, but also an economic engine. And the Chief Justice from Zambia, who has two Kenyan names, Mumba and Malila, both are Kenyan names, just for your information, has said it ably. He has spoken about our commerce in this continent and how dispute resolution and systems that ensure that contracts are enforced in a timely manner could contribute significantly to progress and prosperity in our continent. Africa has entered the era of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the largest free trade area in the world. The World Bank estimates it will lift our exports by US dollars 560 billion by 2035. But more trade opens the doors for more commercial disputes. And here we face an uncomfortable question. Where will those disputes be resolved? Today, many African commercial disputes are settled in London, Paris, and Geneva, far from the continent where the investment is. African arbitrators make up fewer than 8% of appointments in the world's leading arbitral institutions. And none of the world's 5 most preferred arbitration seats is in Africa. We are learning very painfully not to ship our tea or coffee or minerals abroad in raw form for others to add value and keep the reward of that value. And so I ask this gathering a direct question. Why do we still ship out our disputes? Why does African justice, like African produce, so often earn its premium somewhere else? Singapore, a single city, made itself one of the world's foremost seats of arbitration by deliberate design. Africa, a continent of 1.5 billion people, can do the same. Let us resolve African disputes on African soil by African jurists under African institutions. And by the way, that is not protectionism, that is sovereignty. Last month, here in Nairobi, we had the Africa Forward Summit. And as African leaders, we had a very candid conversation amongst ourselves and with our partners. And we came to the conclusion that we need a paradigm shift in our relationships and engagements with our partners. Relationships that are not built on dependency. Relationships that are built on sovereign equality. Relationships not built on aid, assistance, or charity, but partnerships that are mutually beneficial, fair, and balanced. we made a concrete decision that being a continent of enormous natural resources, we are going to reject relationships that extract our minerals, our goods, shipped to add value somewhere else, and that we are going to insist on investments that create value in our continent, create jobs in our continent that are fair, that are balanced, that benefits everybody equally in a win-win framework, benefiting the investors as much as the owners. That is the new relationship we want to build. And it is the conversation I had 2 days ago at the G7 forum, because that is what it is going forward. And I want to ask of this great gathering. I will ask you a few things in my concluding remarks, because I have the privilege to address many chief justices from our continent. It doesn't always happen. Yet we must never reduce justice to commerce. Consider this. The World Justice Project estimates that 5.1 billion people worldwide have unmet justice needs, and most of them will never set foot in a courtroom. That single fact is the case for this meeting. If courts alone could deliver justice, the gap would not stand at 5 billion people as it is today. Alternative dispute resolution is not a convenience for the powerful. It is the only scalable road to justice for citizens, the trader, the farmer, the widow, the neighbor. A justice the ordinary can only wait for and only the wealthy can afford is not justice. It is inequity. The changes before, or the challenges before our judiciaries are shared. So then must be our solutions. This summit is Pan-African judicial diplomacy in action, building common standards, advancing constitutionalism, and proving that the future of justice in Africa cannot be shaped in isolation. It must be shared. When courts function, citizens trust institutions. When rights are protected, societies are stable. When disputes are resolved in peace, investment and prosperity follow. Judicial leadership, therefore, is not merely a legal duty. It is a developmental responsibility. But leadership cannot deliver on conviction alone. Across our continent, judiciaries confront rising caseloads, rising expectations, and rapid technological change, but too often within shrinking budgets. If we ask our courts to be engines of peace, investment, and cohesion, we must equip them for the task. Funding our judiciaries is not an act of generosity. It is a strategic investment in stability and growth in our infrastructure, our technology, judicial training, in alternative dispute resolution programs and alternative justice systems. I therefore make this undertaking before you that I will rally my fellow African heads of state and government to recognize strong, independent judiciaries as a continental priority deserving adequate, predictable funding and firm policy support. And when I say so, I know Madam Chief Justice here will be my witness. We have worked together with the Kenyan judiciary. I did make commitments to work with an independent judiciary. My first act as president was to appoint and swear in judges that had not been sworn in for some time. I also undertook that I was going to the extent possible with competing interests, support the judiciary with budget. I know I haven't measured up to their full expectation, but we have kept pace. In fact, in the last 3 years, the judiciary has hired, and I have appointed 92 judges, the highest in Kenya's history by one president. And we have done so because we believe that it is the right thing to do. And as a result, we are beginning to see results. As I just said, for the first time, the judiciary reduced their caseload by almost a third and have actually resolved more cases than were filed. So I think we are making progress. And I say this, and I can vouch to any leader in our continent that there is value in investing in our judicial system. There is value in having an independent, professional judiciary that can adjudicate matters in a manner that benefits the country. I have undertaken some of the most difficult policy positions in Kenya. If I did not have an independent, professional judiciary, I would not succeed. Yes. I will give you 2 examples. As a country, we have been struggling with housing and citizens living in squalor. Just for numbers, we have in Kenya 114 informal settlements. 1,114 informal settlements. We have 7 million people living in slums. It is not something that I should say, but that's what it is. And therefore, it was absolutely necessary for us, and we have been trying to settle this housing question for close to 30 years. But this time round, I said I would. And we went to Parliament, we changed the law, we brought into the equation a housing fund, a housing levy, and a whole infrastructure to deliver on it. And the results are very clear to the people of Kenya. Today, we have close to 300,000 houses being built in Kenya. We've hired 640,000 professionals, architects, engineers, quantity surveyors, electricians, masons, carpenters, name them. And the skyline of Kenya today, if you go to any city in the Republic of Kenya, we have 200 active sites in different parts of Kenya. The skyline is changing. But even with that, there are people in court who want to stop it. If we didn't have a professional judiciary, we wouldn't have moved an inch. And the question you ask them is, our constitution is explicit, as the lawyers would say. Section 43 of our constitution mandates government to house every Kenyan in a dignified manner. But there are still people who go to court. So what am I saying? I'm trying to say, just imagine if we didn't have a professional judiciary. There would be people who would want to stop us from carrying out our constitutional duty. I would say the same. Even up to now, 3 years down the road, with the houses contracted to 20th floor, 15th floor, there are still people in court struggling to stop. So I can tell any leader anywhere that a functioning judiciary is a resource, is a national resource for development, not just a dispute resolution mechanism. Last week, just to give you what we are also trying to do, that is not necessarily in legal language or in legal framework. With the Chief Justice and other leaders last week, we received regulations and a framework for us to compensate some of the people who were harmed when they were participating in protests and petitions. We decided that, we are a society that must live with itself. And there are things we can do to create a much more harmonious society. And that process will be undertaken. We all agreed as different arms of government, the legislature, the executive, the judiciary, that this is the way to go. Our judiciary actually provided the framework and advised us that this is how you can go about this exercise. And it is creating greater harmony beyond what ordinarily would be matters that can be taken to court and litigated. So that there is room for nuancing, and making sure that we can move together. Let me, however, task you, and forgive me for this, and I have no fees to pay for it. You have spoken very well about what a justice system can do to development in either a nation or even in our continent. And I want to really thank you, Justice Mumba, for your statement. Because it is the case I have been making with our colleagues at the Africa Union. When they tasked me with championing the reform of the Africa Union, I undertook to do 3 things. Number 1 is to make the Commission, which is the executive arm of the Commission, a fit-for-purpose organization by making sure that it has the levers and the power to be able to execute what we as the people of this continent want, and that it does so in line with the aspirations of our continent. And the second thing that I really wanted to achieve is to have a working parliament for purposes of accountability. Today, there is a disconnect between the Pan-African Parliament and the African Union. The Pan-African Parliament does not approve the budget of the Commission. It does not approve appointments. It's completely, there. And third and most important thing is accountability. As we talk, we do not have a functioning African Court of Justice. The statute was established. We agreed on everything. We were supposed to appoint the judges last year, but some small technicalities, and you can see there is no real political will to do it. I really want to persuade you, as the Chief Justices of our continent, if every Chief Justice can write to their Ministers for Foreign Affairs, and if possible, to your head of state, please let us have an African Court of Justice. It is the right thing to do. Because as we make progress as a continent, we need a mechanism that can help us resolve disputes quickly. And that mechanism, that court mechanism, must have all the facets: mediation, arbitration, alternative justice, whatever it is. But let us have a justice mechanism. My request to you is, if it is not, if I'm not asking for too much, if you can help me prosecute this one thing, that let us have an African Court of Justice. It will inform our progress and the prosperity of our continent, because as we roll out, and as was said very ably by Justice Mumba, as we roll out the African Continental Free Trade Area, we need a justice system that makes sure that contracts are signed on time and people can build trust in the business that is going to be undertaken between us and every country, and between us and those from other jurisdictions. That is my request of you. And then number two is that, as I have said, even in all these places where all disputes are being carried out, our representation is not significant. The representation of African jurists is not significant. Unless you persuade me that we don't have qualified men and women who can serve in those places. And I would disagree with you if you told me we do not have qualified people. I know we do. Let us also step out and make sure that we position ourselves appropriately. For example, for us in Kenya, we once became guests of the International Criminal Court. And we had real trouble with them because they rarely understood what was going on here. And that is why I am sure one of us, Justice Njoki Ndung'u, decided that maybe it is time for her to go and serve in this court and explain and so that the court can understand African perspectives on some of the things that we are doing. And Madam Jokin Dungo is here. Is a member of our Supreme Court, and she is a candidate for the International Criminal Court. I am not campaigning for her. I was just saying that she is a good candidate, and she carries a lot of experience from Kenya. She was a member of parliament with me, so she knows the nuances of politics, and she's been a member of our Supreme Court. She was among the first members of our Supreme Court that was established after the 2010 Constitution. And it is good to encourage as many of us as possible to participate in the justice systems that exist so that African perspectives can be part of what becomes the dispensation of justice in our continent and globally. So I have presented to you a very good candidate. You know what to do with a good candidate. And I really I'm very happy this morning to be part of this occasion. And as I conclude, let me reiterate that the people of Africa are asking for justice systems that serve, that listen, that resolve, and that restore. Let this summit answer them with practical commitments, lasting partnerships, and the courage to affirm alternative dispute resolution and alternative justice systems as continental priorities. We were the first to understand that justice is built not by deciding who is right, but by restoring what is shared. Let us be the generation that remembers it and builds it. On African soil, justice systems worthy of Africa's aspirations under Agenda 2063. And I wish you well as you conclude this very important summit. I know that we were supposed to start this function at 10 in the morning. I came early. I apologize for disrupting your morning. But I know that you will leave Kenya with a different perspective on what we can do together. I just want to encourage you that we have a great continent. And we are going to make sure that we do what we must do to make sure that this continent goes forward. I know I mentioned something about budgets and how resources are scarce. But let me say the following. We have also made a decision that we have to do two very important things. We have to learn to mobilize resources from our domestic sources. And number two, we must also learn how to de-risk ourselves so that we can access markets that then give us additional resources. One of the outcomes of the G7 summit that I attended, and was as a result of the Africa Forward Summit resolution that we carried here, is that because in our continent we have capital, what is lacking is not money. What is lacking is the infrastructure to mobilize and to deploy that capital. Just for your information, in Africa, in pension funds, in insurance funds, in our central bank reserves, in Africa, we have $4 trillion. But that money is not invested for the benefit of our continent. Most of that money is in New York Stock Exchange, London Stock Exchange, and those places. So what we agreed as African leaders is that we are going to build our own African multilateral financial institutions. Afrexim Bank, Africa Development Bank, Trade and Development Bank, Africa Finance Corporation, RTD, and all the other institutions. And number two, we are also going to have a de-risking mechanism. And that was my pitch at the G7. I was telling our colleagues at the G7 that we're not looking for money. We have our own money. We have $4 trillion in this continent. What we are looking for are friends who are ready to work with us with guarantees so that we can de-risk our resources and mobilize them for the development of our continent. We have done it in Kenya. It is possible to be done everywhere else. So this is what we want to do together, and I want to encourage all of you as you go back to our African countries that we can do this. Others have done it, we can do it, and maybe we can do it even better. Thank you very much. My very best wishes.
Thank you so much. I'll request Your Excellency kindly to allow me for a few minutes to take a photo. May we kindly resume our seats and invite the CJ on stage, the DCJ, CJ on stage, the DCJ, the chair of the forum. The chair of the forum kindly join His Excellency, the Attorney General, and Honorable Murgo Philip, kindly to join His Excellency on stage for the first photo. The second photo will be followed by all the CJs and the CJs emeriti, and because of the number the CJs and also the CJs emeriti.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All the CJs coming to join His Excellency. I will see because you have a large number. A few of us can also be at the. Let's reach ourselves. And then that photo after the CJs leave the stage. Thank you so much. So after the CJs leave the stage, the first team will remain constant, and then they'll be joined by JSC and the partners. So thank you so much, honorable judges. CJs, can you take your seat? The first photo to remain constant, and then the JSC to join and the partners. And the representatives. We'll make a bit faster so that we can allow His Excellency to proceed to the next meeting. Thank you so much, JSC and partners, and the representatives for CJ, those who are present. Then once, Senegal. Thank you so much, and then they will leave, and then the constant people to remain and all the judges to join, Kenyan judges and international judges. The first photo to remain, the rest of us can take their seats. If you are the first photo, you remain, and the rest of us can see. Thank you so much. So all judges, all Kenyan judges and international judges. Dear Excellency Ambassadors, if they can join that photo also, all the Excellency Ambassadors and High Commissioners, can you can join that photo, which is our last photo. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Now I announce His Excellency will leave at his own leisure. We all be understanding as His Excellency the President takes his leave. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I'll be handing over to the Chief of Staff, who will assist our Shuka to take over and lead us to the next session of the program. Have a very successful day.
Thank you very much, my brother, Richard, for very ably leading this proceedings. I think it was a very wonderful opening segment with a lot of nuggets that we can take home. And my greatest hope, I think, is that perhaps we also need to rethink alternative and say original justice systems. And so for the purposes of these proceedings, we will be entering into our discussions about our original justice systems and other justice mechanisms. Thank you very much for being with us. We will now take a break. And we will take a break, a refreshment break. We will reconvene in the hall at 11 a.m. So let's take a break. We were here earlier. We get a longer break. We'll see you back at 11 a.m. for the discussions. Asante sana. Thank you very much. We'll see you at 11 a.m. The protocol team will lead you to the refreshments. Our Chief Justices, Chief Justice Maritime, and our distinguished guests will have their refreshments in the holding area when you are in the morning. Thank you very much, and we'll see you back at 11 a.m. Asante. our distinguished partners and guests, we have the high-level presidential opening, and our team is on hand in case you have misplaced anything from its original position. I assure you that everything is safe, and we will be at hand to support and facilitate that you get it. As soon as we are settled, I will come back and introduce session following. That is the session 2, the second session of these proceedings. We should be in good time. Please consider the room setup as United Nations plenary style, where our Chief Justices and heads of delegations sit in the front to make the deliberations that would be binding on our countries, and the rest of us sit behind them to support them through these technical operations. We have translation. We have translation gadgets on your tables in case there is an intervention in French. Please switch to channel English, channel number 1. Our other delegates, please feel free to assume free sitting behind our Chief Justices. It reminds me of when we are in New York supporting country positions. We sit behind them to support them. So thank you very much. I hope you had a wonderful tea break. I see our judges of the Court of Appeal, Kenya judges of the Court of Appeal of the High Court. I see Honorable Lady Justice Anne Amadi. Honorable Lady Justice Anne Amadi is in the East Africa Court of Justice. And Justice was the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary of Kenya for the last 10 years. Your Ladyship, we are truly, truly honored to have you. We also have other judges from the Commercial and Tax Division, judges from the Court of Appeal. We have the Pepperdine team that has been supporting these deliberations. We have a judge from Uganda who cuts a very humble figure, but who has really been the engine of these preparations. Justice Andrew Hauha, we do recognize the role that you have played. Although I know you love to play behind the scenes, your work is clear for everyone to see. Thank you very much. We will have the next session, and I will just wait on the Honorable Chief Justice of Kenya, our host, to make her way into the plenary hall. We will have the first session to take stock. It's an ADR stock take and reality check. We did have conference packages that had a conference newsletter. I do hope that our technical teams can make sure that our delegates have access to that so that we follow the program together. ADR stock take and reality check, from formal adoption to effective practice. This session will be co-chaired by Honorable Justice Dr. Mumba Malila, who is the Chief Justice of the Republic of Zambia and also the chairperson of the Africa Chief Justices ADR Forum. My Lord, please allow me to welcome you to the stage to chair the session, together with the Vice Chairperson, Honorable Justice Hassan Bubakar Jallo. Let me also welcome Dr. Danny DeVault, Professor Danny, who will be supporting this discussion by making interventions on behalf of Pepperdine University. I will request the technical team to make sure that the CFOC team is connected online. They'll be joining us virtually. Let me also welcome the Chief Justice who's coming in. Karibu Chief Justice of Kenya. Karibu Deputy Chief Justice of Kenya. Finally, let me welcome the Secretary of the Forum, Honorable Justice Andrew Hauha, to join the chair on the stage. Today's session, as I've said, will take stock. It is ADR Stake Talk and Reality Check, from formal adoption to effective practice. The format is to reflect on the guiding questions, and when you want to make an intervention, please just signal to the chairperson to give you an opportunity to make your intervention. We have interpretation in English, in French, and in Arabic to make sure that we are all as comfortable as possible. The Honorable Chair and Vice Chair, Co-Chair will lead on the guiding questions. It is a 1-hour session. Again, as I said, it is United Nations style because we want to collect as many views as possible. And without much ado, Honorable Justice Chairperson, we have an hour between now and 1:15 noon
to go through this first session. My Lord. Yes, let's switch. They'll come and fix this.
Very well, that is mediation at work. Win-win. So in this session, we shall have to try and answer a series of reflective questions around mediation. And please feel free to participate, raise your hand, introduce yourself, and give what you think would be your reflections to the questions that we shall be posing. The idea, of course, is to ensure that we get as many views as possible, and therefore try and make your interventions short and straight to the point. I will ask the first question, and then my colleagues around here will also pick up and ask questions. And the first question perhaps we need to answer is, are African judiciaries presently delivering the speed, predictability, specialization, and consistency that the African Continental Free Trade Area commerce requires? Are African judiciaries from which you come presently delivering the speed, predictability, specialization, and consistency that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area commerce requires? Can I have someone start? Who thinks they are? Who thinks they are not? Okay, we'll come back to that question. But maybe let's start with the basics. Is court-annexed mediation, court-annexed ADR functioning as trusted and efficient, is it functioning as a trusted and efficient tool, or only formally established? Yes, my lord.
Thank you, Chairman. If I may comment, and since I'm taking the floor for the first time, let me join all my colleagues who have spoken on earlier to thank our Honorable Chief Justice of Kenya and her team and the government for this immense hospitality that we've enjoyed, and to congratulate them also on the excellent arrangements we've seen since yesterday, and particularly the very inspirational ideas we've had since yesterday up to today, including from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. Congratulations. I think the case is that we need a justice that goes beyond litigation into all the other facets is unassailable. It's been made very well. The question is whether it's working well within our own structures, given that our judiciaries are tailor-made for litigation, not for anything else. They are tailor-made for litigation. Have we been able to move, to adapt ourselves also to do mediation and to do it well? Are we involved in arbitration? Have we managed to to get all the stakeholders within the justice sector to buy into mediation? I ask this question because I find that in my own country, in the Gambia, strangely, some of our stakeholders in the justice process may not be as very enthusiastic with mediation or supportive of mediation as we would want, and this becomes an obstacle. So the question is, have we brought in all the stakeholders within the justice sector to support our transition or our enlargement of our mandate from litigation into mediation, into arbitration, etc. There are some of us who favor litigation only, or for whatever reasons, or are some of us willing to go beyond litigation, etc. The other question, of course, is in relation to the second issue. One matter that has been of concern is the ethical standards, that may be applicable in relation to this expanded role that goes beyond litigation. As judicial officers, I think all of us have our codes of conduct as judges. Our lawyers have codes of conduct for legal practitioners, etc. When you go into mediation and you go into arbitration, what are the ethical rules which apply? Are there any, in fact, ethical rules which apply? And if so, if not, do we need to develop ethical codes of conduct for those different rules? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, my Lord CJ, the Gambia. Yes, my Lord CJ, Namibia.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I have successfully managed to mediate the technical problem that was besetting us, and with some AI intervention, we have succeeded. My names are Peter Sam Shivute. I am the Chief Justice of Namibia. I wish to start off by thanking the Honorable Chief Justice of Kenya and the entire Kenyan judiciary for having organized this very important forum, and particularly also for having received us warmly in a true and authentic African style and tradition. We feel warmly received. And secondly, I wish to congratulate you, Honorable Chair, for a very powerful statement that you made this morning that resonated with many of us, including our guest of honor, if I may add. I think that the first session, the opening session, truly set the bar high. And many congratulations to you and also to our guest of honor, if I may say so, with humility. Now, coming to the question that you have posed, I can state with great confidence and without any fear of contradiction that ADR mechanisms are alive and kicking, are working well in the Republic of Namibia. We introduced court-connected mediation in Namibia in the year 2014. When we started, we did not even have the rules in place. Instead, we started with practice directions. And as we went along, we completely overhauled our rules. We came up with new rules. We introduced the case management system, and together with that came the court annexed or court-connected mediation. Initially, there were, as it typically has to be expected, there were indeed some resistance, but we overcame those resistance by preaching, first of all, to the converted, so that the converted then also began to preach to the doubting Thomases, if I may use that phraseology, the biblical one. The result is that ultimately, the new systems and processes became accepted. And when people saw the results, they embraced the idea. And so as we speak, we could even quantify the number of savings that we have made through court-connected mediation. We are able to state that as we speak, our High Court in civil cases does not have backlog whatsoever. Cases are being postponed in a span of 3 months. So we don't postpone cases to a year or 6 months, but 3 months. And court-connected mediation has become so popular that about 70% of the litigants resort to court-connected mediation. I may add also that there are some matters that are automatically referred to court-connected mediation. Without going into details, I can certainly say that it's a practice that has found root in Namibia, and it is something that is serving the people of Namibia very well. And something that I would recommend if there are any of our sister judiciaries, brother judiciaries that have not introduced court-connected mediation, to do so without further delay. That's my intervention, Honorable Chair. I thank you.
Thank you very much, CJ Namibia, for that contribution. CJ Nigeria. Sorry, it's difficult to pronounce your name. You have to be Kenyan to pronounce all the 3 names, or is it 4 names?
Okay. Good morning, the Chair, the Lady Justice, Chief Justice of Kenya, my fellow Chief Justices. I want to lend my voice to all right, my name is, I'll pronounce it once, but I'll allow you to just use my first name going forward. So my full names are Honorable Justice Kudirat Mutomori Olatokunbo Kekereekun. I'm the Chief Justice of Nigeria. Henceforth, you may refer to me as Kudirat simply. I want to lend my voice to the gratitude for the hospitality that we have received since we have been here. It has been really quite an experience. The day trip we had yesterday was also very, very enlightening, I must say. And as has been said, Mr. Chair, your address this morning was very thought-provoking, as well as the address of His Excellency, the President. Now, what I want to say, first of all, is that as we have said, most of our judiciaries obviously are trained for litigation. So it requires continuous enlightenment, continuous education for our stakeholders to accept this shift. In Nigeria, court-connected ADR started as far back as 2002. And I was privileged to be part of the steering committee at that time. And the concept, as I explained yesterday, what we have is called multi-door courthouse. And the concept is that before you open the litigation door, there are many other doors that you can open to resolve disputes. You have conciliation, you have mediation, you have early evaluation, and so many other. Then you have hybrids as well. Now, in Nigeria, what has happened as time has gone on, this court-connected ADR started in Lagos State. Nigeria has 36 states, as well as a federal capital territory. So the exercise started in Lagos State. And because of the success in Lagos State, the model was adopted in many other states in the Federation. And what has also happened is that the rules of court and practice directions actually mandate judges. As soon as a matter comes before them, they are expected to look at the case and see which alternative dispute resolution mechanism is most suited to that case. And they have direction, they are directed to refer the matters to the court-connected ADR center for resolution. When they are able to, if they are able to resolve the matters, they come back to the court and they file the outcome, which becomes a judgment of the court. This works except at the Supreme Court level. Because the Supreme Court is a policy court, the process we have there is that if any matter is resolved through, out of court in whatever way, you can file your terms of settlement in court, but they will not be pronounced as a judgment of the court. This is because when there are disputes, you know that there are also many legal issues that may arise where parties may settle among themselves, but they don't settle that jurisprudential issue. And if you make it a judgment of the court, one day, somewhere, that judgment will be relied upon to say, well, the Supreme Court looked at it and agreed and made it a judgment of the court. So we avoid that. When you settle, you come to court, you inform the court that you have settled, you can file your terms, and then the appeal is withdrawn. But the terms that you have filed in court are binding, and therefore they can form the basis of any legal action that you want to take in future. The other thing I wanted to point out at this point is that courts are also, as a matter of policy, directed to ensure that they respect arbitration clauses in agreements. So when there is evidence before the court that there is an agreement that contains an arbitration clause, the court is mandated to direct the parties to go and explore that out-of-court settlement. And before, what used to happen is that once they filed the matter in court, they want the matter to proceed. But based on certain judicial policies, you must give respect to the arbitration clause. Now, as much as we have made a lot of progress in Nigeria, you still have some resistance. And a lot of it comes from legal practitioners who feel that it will affect their bottom line, so to say, when matters are settled through mediation. Because many will charge depending on the complexity of the case, depending on the time that it takes to resolve a dispute. And therefore, if you use these alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, they feel it reduces the fees that they can earn. So, but we continue to encourage, to enlighten. And another area that I think is important is our judicial training institutes, if we have them, because this is what has been very helpful to a lot of our judges who have gone through various courses in arbitration, mediation, and so on. And this has also created a lot of enlightenment. So I feel it's very important to continue this enlightenment. Even though you have won over some stakeholders, it's a continuous thing. You have to keep on enlightening the stakeholders. So that's it for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, my lady. I think the point you make is very important, that settlements made in the context of ADR do not constitute precedent, because there could be some legal issues that were not looked at, and therefore you don't want to encourage a situation where a settlement order is being pointed to as having had the endorsement of the Supreme Court and therefore has become a precedent. It's also important, the point you make about courts being encouraged to be arbitration friendly. They should look out for provisions, say in contracts, which require parties to exploit ADR if they are there at all, and refer the parties. And then the question of resistance is also very well taken. Any more contributions? Yes, the lady there. Yes, please. Oh, the Chief Justice of Sahel? Sierra Leone. No. The lady behind. Will come to you, my lord.
Habari. A very good morning again. My name is Fatma Rashid Halfan. I'm the judge of the High Court from Tanzania. Naomba niseme na mimi pongezi sana kwa Mheshimiwa Jaji Mkuu Kenya. Asanteni sana kwa mapokezi mazuri. Okay, just a quick, I wanted to also add of what has been said earlier on the regarding Quota Next ADR. Is it functioning? Is it trusted? Is it an efficient tool? On our side, I would say to some extent, because now what is important is in order to accomplish, when it comes to Quota Next mediation, it's all about the parties, how much are they aware of the mediation? But again, the mediator judge, is he passionate? He or she, is he enthusiastic, as it all has been said? Sometimes some of them will just take it as a formality. In Tanzania, we have 30 days Quota Next mediation when it comes before the mediator judge. So to some would say, okay, when they come and they see that there's some reluctance for the parties to mediate, then they will just end even before the 30 days. They will not exhaust. But again, Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, as we say in Swahili, Honorable Chairperson, I think it's high time for our children to appreciate mediation from the primary level. Yes, we say it's important to have it in the curriculum to be adopted, but I think it's better for them to be instilled with this idea. So that was my comment. Asante sana, shukran.
Yeah, thank you very much for that contribution. I think the point you make is a very important one, that sometimes either the parties themselves
or some mediators, take this reference to mediation as a mere formality when it shouldn't be. And that is a big problem, which I think we as a forum should take on and try and encourage. Apart from sensitizing, I think the solution lies mainly in sensitizing all the stakeholders, especially members of the public and their legal representatives, that mediation is intended to help them. The tendency usually is that the court must rule. The court must rule, and I think that is a wrong approach to take. My Lord CJ Sierra Leone.
Thank you very much. I am Combat Commander, Chief Justice of Sierra Leone. Let me join my colleague, Chief Justices, in thanking the Chief Justice of Kenya and the organizers of this all-important seminar. Let me also thank them very much for the reception, which has been extremely good since we arrived in Kenya. In Sierra Leone, we have a mandatory provision when it has to do with all commercial matters. All commercial matters must go first through ADR. And for those ADR proceedings, there are timelines. When matters are assigned, who think ADR as a means of is a process that will affect their pocket. But we've organized a series of training programs for lawyers to know the importance of ADR. We have also told them about the financial benefit. That does not mean because you go in for ADR, so you are not going to be paid. And once they get to understand the financial implication of going through ADR, you realize that the litigants become more receptive, and the lawyers also are now becoming very receptive when it comes to this issue of ADR, because they have been one of the biggest challenges when it has to do with because most times what they do, they advise their clients not to be receptive to the process, because in our ADR process, we know lawyers are actually not involved. We don't allow the lawyers, it's all the litigants out. If a lawyer sits in there, you just sit in there without any intervention. We have also made sure that ADR is now an integral part of our training, Judicial Training Institute. We don't just train judges, but we train judicial staff to understand the relevance of ADR. And in our law school too, because we realize that for some years now, we don't train people in ADR. So we have made it a curriculum now in our law school that ADR is a core subject. It's a way of getting lawyers to understand right from the initial stage the importance of ADR. But as I said, I think ADR is the way to go when you look at the cost benefit involved. We've also made lawyers to understand through a lot of training programs and our interactions with them to know that ADR is one of the major ways in which we can get rid of backlog of cases. When it has to do with commercial cases, we all know they must be dealt with timeously. Investors are not interested in unnecessary delays. That's why in our commercial court rules, we have timelines that the ADR process should go through. We have timelines that even when we go to trial, we have timelines. But more focus has now been placed on ADR than litigation. And we have discovered that litigants are now getting more to understand what ADR is. And they now know that instead of going through lengthy trials, they encourage their lawyers to go through the ADR process. Because ADR is one of the ways in which we can actually get our investors to have confidence in the justice system. And when it comes to the issue of arbitration clauses, most times before now, lawyers the courts were not too receptive to arbitration clauses. Most times, technicalities were used to frustrate the entire process. But there has been a direction, a practice direction, that technicalities should not be used to frustrate arbitration clauses, that parties must be allowed, once they entered into an agreement and there's an arbitration clause, immediately those matters go to court, we must allow them to go through the arbitration process, and arbitration must be encouraged instead of just discarding arbitration provisions in various commercial agreements by using technicalities. So now we more lean in favor of arbitration than litigation, because we know that ADR, mediation, is actually the way to go, and it has to do particularly with commercial matters. We have not actually cascaded it to criminal matters because we don't have any legislation dealing with ADR on minor criminal matters. But in future, we intend also to cascade it not only to commercial matters, but to civil matters too, and then to criminal matters too, because it is one of the ways we can actually use to decongest our courts and to build public confidence in the judiciary, most times condemned for unnecessary delays when it has to do with matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Chief Justice from Sierra Leone, also to the Honorable Judge from Tanzania. I think both of you and the previous speakers have raised important issues in addition to describing how your own systems work. Important issue of stakeholder resistance to the process, either because of perceptions of loss of income or because of really ignorance of the process of the system. And we have to try and address both those issues. We often tell our legal practitioners that if you save time, time is money. If you save time and you mediate and finish your case as quickly as possible, you are saving resources and you are developing a reputation that you can speedily resolve cases that are referred to you, and which attracts much more work to come. But an important issue also is that although we have training generally for legal practitioners, it may be starting a little bit late in the day, and we need to catch, we need to catch the lawyers while they are still young. Our law faculties at the universities teach litigation in the form of criminal procedure, civil procedure, and advocacy skills. They are not teaching, I wouldn't even call it ADR, they are not teaching dispute resolution. We have to go back to the drawing board, and I think the forum emphasized this at one of its meetings, that we have to encourage our law faculties, where we are training lawyers, to take a holistic approach and address the subject of dispute resolution, highlighting all its components. That dispute resolution covers litigation, it covers mediation, it covers arbitration, it covers conciliation. And students should be taught all these things at the law school, at the university, and into the law school. And so they become lawyers with a wider perspective of what dispute resolution comprises, rather than just leave it until they are already set in their ways, and then it becomes a kind of continuous professional development program. I think that would help as well. Both of you have raised those important issues of resistance. We experience that in the Gambia as well, that some lawyers are not as cooperative or as supportive as we would wish. But we try to explain to them the advantages involved in resorting to the other elements of dispute resolution other than litigation. If there are any other comments, questions? Yes, sir, that's Ethiopia? Sorry? Sorry? From Sierra Leone again, okay. You introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Honorable Justice Say. I'm a Justice of the Supreme Court.
Okay. You're welcome.
Let me commend the contribution made by my Honorable Chief Justice from Sierra Leone, Honorable Justice Combat Commander. In addition to what he stated about how far we have gone in respect of dispute resolution, there is now a new regime which we have started, the issue of mediation. For us, we have a bill. There is currently a bill on mediation, which is before the lawmakers. Yes, hopefully we expect that that bill will be enacted. But there seems to have been a red flag, the challenges that are being posed. The bill is not yet an act, but there is already challenges. So we are expecting that we may have to learn a bit from other jurisdictions that have gone through the process of mediation. The Chief Justice of the Gambia, you raised an issue of the attitude of lawyers when it comes to dispute resolution. For us, we are intending to have a code of conduct. A code of conduct, because we have code of conduct for judges and judicial officers, but we don't have a code of conduct for lawyers who are involved in the process of mediation, because we've started having problems, the issue of incitement from lawyers who think that their pocket will be affected if they are not allowed to take matters to court. And in some cases, the parties may have the spirit of resolving the dispute, but because of the legal advice given to them by their lawyers, it may tend to delay the issue of resolving the dispute. So what we have now, from experience, we have decided to have a code of conduct whereby lawyers are not allowed to serve as a bottleneck or some restraint or constraint by not allowing their clients to participate freely in the process of mediation. That is one issue we have been facing. But there is a bigger one, a broader one, which is the issue of sensitization. The bill is said to be enacted into an act, but there is more sensitization to the general public, to the litigants, to understand the value associated with mediating between parties, rather than the adversarial system whereby every case has to go to court and it has to be litigated. So we are now at the process whereby our lawmakers will have to go and sensitize their electorate to see the need for this bill to become law. But like I said, we haven't had the experience from other jurisdictions how it has been carried out. And we hope that this conference will give us the opportunity to learn, to more or less learn the approach that other jurisdictions have applied. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Before we move on to the next speaker, one of the questions maybe we should reflect on is, we are concerned, of course, with court-connected ADR, how to strengthen it, but we are not the only dispute resolution persons within our community. Every head of a family we know in our communities involved in dispute resolution. Every neighborhood elder, every village elder, every religious leader in our own communities plays a role in these matters. What can we do? If there is anything, what can we do in order to enhance their own capacity to mediate disputes and settle them before they get into court and before they become an issue for us? That's one question we may want to reflect on as well. But before that, I think the chair has an intervention to make.
I was earlier this week in Uganda, where we benefited immensely from the presentation from the Chief Justice and the head of the commercial court in that country. And I noticed that both the CJ Uganda and the head of the commercial court are here. Maybe they might just want to share with the rest of us on how they have made successes in promoting ADR in commercial cases. But also, I think as they speak to their experience, they might want to also explain to us how this judge-mediator mindset works. If a judge leaves home in the morning, their mindset is that I'm going to work as an adjudicator. And then when they get to court, sometimes the situation demands that they try and get the parties together through mediation. Are there no dangers there that you might forget to remove your hat as an adjudicator and use it in trying to promote mediation? CJ, would you like to comment?
Thank you, CJ, for your remarks, but let me also join my colleagues to thank you, together with the CJ Kenya, for the wonderful remarks you made this morning. And I think we shall maybe have an opportunity to drink from your pot of wisdom when you share those presentations with us. Now, as to a judge having a mediator mindset, it has not been easy because we had to undergo training of judges over and over again. One of the things we tell them is that if you get a matter before you, go through it, understand it, and you see whether it is not a matter that can easily be settled under mediation. So so the first point of call is that the moment you receive a file, study it and see the possibilities of mediating it. There are those where you, right away from the word go, you know that these parties may not settle, although they can actually settle. But at least you should have a mediator mindset. So that is when you can call upon your colleague and say, Judge, there is this matter. I think it can be settled. So you can give it to your colleague judge, or you can actually look at a court-accredited mediator who you think can do a better job. Or you can even ask the parties. You can show them the list of the mediators you have, and you say, can you choose one of these to help you mediate? So the mediator mindset must be a training need. So you must train the judges. Otherwise, the judges themselves were trained through the same system of litigation. I remember when we were in the law development center, they were only teaching us how to cross-examine a stubborn witness. How do you cross-examine a denying witness? How do you tweak the question? That is all we studied. And as you noticed, we worked together with the law schools, and we introduced a course in mediation. I think we visited the law school together, my Lord CJ, and you notice that they have now a standalone course on mediation. Actually, ADR, not necessarily mediation alone, but ADR. And what we are trying to do is to create a mediator mindset within the students, so that when they get out of university and they come into the field, they should be able to do mediation. And of course, something else maybe which we introduced is what we call the mediation settlement week. Okay, bi-weekly actually, we do it. So we set two weeks every quarter. and we dedicate them strictly for mediation. So we sensitize the public through radio, and then we invite them to come for that 2 weeks specifically to do mediation. And we have also engaged institutions like the Central Bank, the Uganda Bankers Association, because those really are the core litigants within the commercial court. So we also, we have held a series of conferences. Especially banks had a problem that they have a matter before court. It is a matter that they can settle. The lawyers first tell you that we are going to consult the CEO, and then the CEO also tells you we are also going to consult the board. So now we said, in matters of mediation, if we have a mediation week, let's have one member of the board, the CEO, and the lawyer. So you sit together, and then the matter can be settled there and then, rather than, you know, going through circles. You know, bodies don't sit regularly; they sit every quarter. So I think it's all a series of events that you undergo to be able to achieve some of those interventions. I will ask the head of the commercial court is here. She can make some additional interventions which we made in the commercial court. Perhaps maybe in order to say that one of the things we did was to stratification. You know, you get a cluster, you know that this is the banking cluster, this is the insurance cluster, and you give them different treatments. So if you are handling a case involving a dispute, maybe someone sold a vehicle and his colleague never paid, maybe that doesn't deserve, it deserves attention, yes, of course, but not as much attention as a matter involving a very huge investment which affects the economy of the country. So prioritization has also been one of the things we've tried to do in the court. But the head of the commercial court is here. She can also come in.
Judge Ann.
My Lord the Chair, and my Lord Chief Justices, I'm Haruna Samu Tsamani from Supreme Court of Nigeria, Justice of Supreme Court of Nigeria. Well, my Lord Kekere Okun, the Chief Justice, has by and large spoken about the position in Nigeria. I only want to add that in Nigeria, arbitration, mediation, and conciliation are governed by, we have two institutes set up. We have Institute of Arbitration set up in Nigeria. They admit members who can participate in arbitration. It is not for all on-comers. So before you participate in arbitration, you must have undergone some training. And then you undergone some tests. And if you are admitted, you first of all be admitted as a member of Institute of Arbitrators. Then when you gain some experience, you become a fellow of that institute. So arbitrations are conducted by such members. Then we have another institute, Institute of Chartered Arbitrators and Conciliators. Those institutes are established by law. They have virtually similar positions as Institute of Arbitrators. So it is not thrown out for every lawyer. For the Institute of Chartered Arbitrators and Conciliators, you don't have to be a lawyer before you are admitted into that institution, so long as you undergo that training. So that's what I wanted to add to what my Chief Justice has stated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my Lord, for that intervention. Judge Ann.
Okay. Thank you, my Lord, the Chairperson, for this session. Just to add to what my Lord, the Chief Justice of Uganda has said, in order to get the judge-mediator attitude and heart, training of mediators is very important, continuous training of mediators. attending conferences and sharing experiences has also helped us to mediation heart in our courts. At the commercial court in Uganda, we decided to make mediation kind of mandatory. When the litigants file their pleadings, they file their mediation causes as well. So we cast the net out to be able to get as many mediation causes enlisted, but the mediation itself is voluntary. So if the parties are willing to give mediation a shot, we let them do that. But we cast out the net and get as many mediation causes as possible. We have the fortnights, which my Lord, the Chief Justice has talked about. At the commercial court, we've also decided to dedicate every Thursday for mediation. The judges are mediators, and we also have court-annexed mediators who are trustworthy people. We have members of parliament, we have ministers, we have retired judges and justices who are court-annexed mediators. Then we also realized that in order not to confuse our adjudication role with the mediation role, we changed the sitting arrangement. So normally the judge sits at the head of the table. What we did, a kind of curve or circle, and the judge comes down and sits with the litigants. But this time as a mediator, and we encourage them to call us Madam Mediator or Sir Mediator or whichever, but we try to discard the my Lord, and we encourage them. So we met a little resistance, but now the lawyers have taken it up. We had a fortnight where we did specifically banking cases. The bankers came in. We've settled so many of the mediation causes successfully. They've been sending people who can make a decision. It's no longer the officers, the recoveries officers. It's now either the legal officer or even the MD himself. So at the commercial court, mediation has really been embraced. We have regular meetings with all the mediators. We share experiences and challenges and find solutions. And of course, we have the court users meetings. So we are trying to talk mediation at each meeting, and all the clusters, the insurers, intellectual property, bankers, traders have now embraced mediation. Thank you, my Lord.
Maybe CJ to add that when the judges go to mediate, we encourage them to remove their robes. So they don't go in their robes as judges. So they go there as the ordinary citizens. So that they don't create that fear of robes, we don't want them to be associated with the courtroom. So and then of course we've made sure that the retired judges are tapped, but we don't bring them just the way they were, because many of them retired when they were still litigators. So we also took them through some series of trainings, and the Chief Justice accredits them. So when we are satisfied that you are no longer the other judge of the old who was used to litigation, then we deploy you. And we have reaped immense benefits out of that, my Lord. Thank you.
It would be interesting to know how this works in practice. Here is a judge who is sitting up in the high throne of power, as it were. All of a sudden remove his wig, remove his gown, and descend to the round table, but he still maintains his name. And you see, it's a very psychological thing. Huh? The litigants are not seeing the wig or the gown, but they are still seeing a judge. And it's sometimes difficult to call the mediator by the first name. It will still be my lord. And I'm sure you have experienced that many times.
Yes, my lord, but it depends on how you, what we call the ground setting. How do you set the ground rules? You know, in your ground rules, you first encourage them to, to remove that fear of you being a judge. And then, so that's why, you sit on a round table. It's like a family, kind of a family setting. So when you tell them and you say, don't address me as my lord, just, take me as a person who's just an intermediary between you to ensure that we'll get a solution. Somehow that fear goes. They are no longer, these wigs we put on, the dress when you are entering the court, and then they knock on the table, and then you all rise. It creates some kind of fear. But when you come down, that fear goes. I mean, she can testify that actually they have succeeded because of that. Thank you.
Lady from Nigeria, you wanted to add something?
Yes, thank you. So I have a different perspective on this issue of judges mediating. The process we have in Nigeria is that there is what is called a pretrial conference. Once the pleadings are exchanged, there's a pretrial conference where the presiding judge, as I said, he looks at the pleadings to see, what ADR mechanism will be appropriate. Sometimes can try to encourage the parties at that stage to see if they could settle. If they are not able to settle, but he feels that it's amenable to one of the ADR mechanisms, they will then be referred to the court-connected ADR. And what happens is that the judge who deals with the pretrial conference is not the trial judge. So once the pretrial conference proceeding is concluded, which also includes narrowing down the issues, settling what are the actual issues that will go to trial, it terminates there. Then the file is reassigned to the judge that will hear the case. So our own judges do not actually take part in the actual mediation. And I think one thing to think about, it's good to hear that it's working in Uganda, the way they have it. And I think something we learned yesterday also is that every jurisdiction will tweak these processes the way it suits them. But a consideration is the fact that when you come to court, you come as disputants, somebody expecting to win and somebody ending up being a loser. So it's difficult to make the switch. Even if the judge comes down from the bench, he's still seen as a judge, just not in the robes. This is what I think. And with mediation, the difference also, or any form of arbitration, is that the parties choose their mediator. They choose the arbitrator. They choose somebody they have confidence in, as opposed to if it's the judge who becomes the mediator, it means the parties did not have a choice in that mediator. So they are bound by the outcome, yes, but so I can understand why there can be a little difficulty thinking about, how it works in real sense. I also wanted to mention the fact that our commercial courts also, now in our states, the different states are adapting ADR in different ways. And we find that in Lagos State in particular, they are quite proactive in many things. They do have a settlement week, which is publicized, and it is used to reduce the number of cases, especially commercial cases. So I thought I would add that. Also, that when it comes to legislation, we know that it always takes a while to convince the legislators when we are coming up with new ideas. But in Nigeria, we have successfully amended our Arbitration Act. We now have the Arbitration and Mediation Act of 2023, which now recognizes settlements reached through mediation as matters that can be enforced by the courts. Mediation was not part of our act before. So we now have it. So all I would say is that you just need to persevere. You will get there, but it takes time and a lot of sensitization. And you do have persons who are outside of the actual judiciary. When I say outside the judiciary, you have legal practitioners. There are some who are very passionate about alternative dispute resolution. And in our case, it was many of those members of these arbitration institutes we are talking about that were able to really encourage the amendment of the Arbitration Act. Lastly, I want to also make the point that as a result of sensitization, which we've talked about, we now have alternative dispute resolution as a course that is taught in the law school, which also speaks to the fact that you have to have it as part of your training to be able to come out of law school and be open to such ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady, for those thoughts. But that now reminds me of a conversation I had maybe with you, my lady Justice Comey, regarding the situation of the law that gives you the power to make reference to mediation. My lady from Nigeria just told us that they had to amend their act in 2023, is it? To make it the Arbitration and Conciliation Act.
Arbitration and Mediation Act.
And Mediation Act. Yeah. So that the power and all the other requirements are in the act. I assume that in Kenya you still rely on the broad constitutional provision which allows you to encourage other forms of alternative AJS generally.
Thank you, my Lord Chair. I think I can share the Kenyan experience because it looks like in all our jurisdictions we have embraced NDR mediation negotiation. Certificates. If you want to be certified, you go through their training and they'll give you a certificate and you can actually be referred to for resolving disputes. Then we have mediation, which doesn't have an act of parliament, but there's a bill on the floor of parliament. We don't know how long it will take. But for the time being, we have been promoting mediation through the constitutional provisions and Article 152 of our Constitution that mandates that courts and everybody should promote alternative dispute resolutions in all its facets. We also have the civil procedure rules. And under the civil procedure rules, we were able to develop a more comprehensive rules on mediation. And through that rule, we were able to develop institutions like the certifying body, the Court Annexed Mediation Accreditation Committee that is chaired by the judge of the Court of Appeal, and it is the one that certifies mediators. We have a group of mediators that are being certified. For you to undertake a mediation in Kenya, you have to be a certified mediator. So that is one of the teething problems we are having with the Law Society, because they are arguing, if they are lawyers, why should they be required to go through another training on mediation? But as we all know, mediation is different from adversarial litigation. So what happens in our case is, when matters are filed in court, we triage those matters, and the deputy registrar of the court is able to identify the matters that can be referred to the court at next mediation. We have a list of mediators, and we allocate those cases to the mediators, and sometimes even parties can propose their own mediators of choice. So in Kenya, the judge does not participate in the mediation, but the same rules allow us to adopt the consent or the resolution that has come from the court at next mediation. We have gone further, that is mediation, and developed another concept of alternative justice system, the one you were able to see yesterday, so that the communities also, at the very grassroots, those who have not even come to court, can be able to resolve their disputes. And we were able to demonstrate the pathways that we follow. The court is up there. Those who come to court can be referred to the alternative justice system. And those at the bottom who do not want to come to court can use the various pathways. They can go before the chief, they can go before the religious institutions, and they can come directly to the NJS Kikao, the one you saw, and they can be able to determine the dispute, and they can also take it to court if they so wish, and the court will record. So that's what I would like to share about Kenya, which you were able to see from what we saw in Embu yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm told our colleagues from the Standing International Forum of Commercial Courts are now ready to join us online. It's Mr. Robin Knowles, is it?
Yeah, Sir Robin Knowles.
Sir Robin Knowles,
yeah,
Judge of the Commercial Court. Let's see if our technology is working well.
Sir Robin, are you able to hear us?
I am Professor Andrew, Chief Justice. I can both hear and see you. Is it the same the other way around?
Very good. Sir Robin, we just want you to give us your reflections on what the current differences in judicial practice mean for an integrated African market. I know that, of course, you're not in Africa, but I'm sure you've got sufficient experience from the situation before Brexit, at least.
Well, thank you very much, Chief Justice, Chairman, and the most heartfelt greetings to everybody in the room for this edition of the Africa Chief Justices ADR Summit. I remember almost every moment of being with you at last year's edition, and how much I learned from that and how much was shared within the room. It's also been wonderful to see so much of African jurisdictions in work of CIFOC in the months since then. I hope with your permission and the good efforts of Professor Andrew and Pepperdine and others, we may be able to join you more completely at next year's edition of this summit. On the particular aspect that you ask about, there obviously are differences in approach between jurisdictions. We see those across the continent of Africa. We see those across the now 67 jurisdictions that are members of CIFOC. But I think it's valuable to see the differences increasingly as opportunities for each jurisdiction to consider where adjustments and improvements can be made to a fundamental position that has been reached. The fundamental common ground is one that recognises arbitration, mediation, and the courts and litigation have a shared place in the world of rule of law, and also that if we are to develop that shared place, we need to collaborate in the way that the Africa Chief Justice's ADR Summit illustrates so well. Just to pause on the summit, and in particular the continuity of effort across the African continent, it's remarkable in a way because, of course, it's really important that judiciaries and the leadership of each judiciary focus on ADR. But to be doing that together across the continent is to set an example. And to do that where I know the effort further involves the Chief Justices, or many of them, individually making sure that their own training and experience in mediation and arbitration is developed, sets the type of leadership by example that others can, I think, valuably take note of. The few minutes that I've been able to hear before taking the microphone have revealed some of the important pieces of architecture towards reaching the best choice of approach to the shared success of mediation, arbitration, and litigation. Very importantly, was the reference made a few moments ago to the presence of training in mediation and arbitration being included at the law schools. That's been seen throughout the world to be formative to a development of approach. A reference also to the place of legislation. That can be important, that can be helpful, but it is rarely needed as a precondition to develop the part that judiciaries can play in developing the use of mediation and arbitration alongside litigation. One of the strengths, however, that again can be seen the world over and was underlined at last year's summit is the increasing ability of the legal community, led by their judicial leadership, to bring across to the legislators the direct connection between a healthy system of dispute resolution and the rule of law and the success of the economy of a jurisdiction. That direct link to the strength of economy has been something that has helped bring the attention of legislatures where that can add to the effort in hand. There's been some reference in the last few moments to the possibilities of the judges being part of the mediation process itself, or in some jurisdictions, an arbitration process. Jurisdictions differ on that, and ultimately, I'm not sure it's critical as to whether the choice is made to involve judges in that way or not. What is critical is the very distinct role that judges can have, not as part of a mediation or arbitration process, but as helping its encouragement and supporting it, not just generally, but in the case in hand. And that's why, again, it's touched on in discussion.
Sorry, Sir Robin, we seem to have lost you. You can hear us now?
I can.
Okay, now we can hear you too. Please proceed. It was just for a short while, so just proceed, please.
How very kind. I was just briefly touching on the way in which the judiciary can support, not just in its general encouragement of arbitration and mediation, but in its particular encouragement in individual cases.
Sir Robin, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Sir Robin.
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you now.
Great. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much for bearing with this. The opportunity in a particular case that the judge has to ensure that mediation or arbitration are given consideration where appropriate is also an opportunity for the judges to consider in a complex case, exploring with the parties not an all or nothing question as to whether it's mediation or arbitration or litigation, but instead the possibility of parts of the case being handled by different forms of dispute resolution. In a very complicated case that will perhaps need ultimately to be litigated at trial, because the points, for example, are of wider importance and may need appellate attention after trial, it's still possible to use alongside the court a mediator to help the parties resolve some of the interlocutory matters, such as disclosure of documents, in an efficient way. Another example, perhaps more often seen, is where, again, it tends to be in the larger cases, the question of liability is one that is suitable for court determination, again, because one needs an authoritative answer which may be relevant to other cases, but one leaves smaller follow-on questions of quantum for arbitration. These are permutations that speak again to the whole idea of litigation, arbitration and mediation forming part of an integrated system. I want, if I may, to touch on the importance of judges where they can to help the arbitration community to see positively the part that the judiciary can play. Sometimes one experiences the first consideration, the first emphasis that the arbitration community place on the role of the court is the role of the court in enforcing arbitration decisions. Now that is very important, but it is only one dimension of the positive relationship between arbitration and the courts. The courts, of course, have the supervisory role, whether the court of the seat. They are there to step in cases where arbitration or mediation, for that matter, has got stuck or has gone badly wrong. The courts rightly will be careful and reserved and cautious and ultimately supportive of arbitration in undertaking that role. But it's important that we encourage the arbitration community to see that role not as something to be worried about, but as something that positively reinforces the overall strength and standards of the conduct of arbitration and, for that matter, mediation. Now that point gives rise to a matter that my perspective from SIFOC and looking around the world, not just the continent of Africa, I think is getting increasing attention. And that is the question as to whether the court's role in relation to arbitration in particular should be allocated, if possible, to specialist judges rather than generalist judges. That's a matter that I know will weigh with every Chief Justice. It's why it's so valuable to be able to put it forward for consideration to yourselves. It is quite a challenge if a generalist judge who might come across an arbitration case once in a while is asked to handle the full relationship between arbitration and the courts. And that is why in some jurisdictions, my own is one, the choice has been made to concentrate those matters into the hands of a specialist group of judges, so that experience and expertise can be developed by handling a run of cases regularly, getting the right balance of support. Ultimately, the overall health of this endeavour depends on our bringing together all of those who are stakeholders and are involved. I am pleased to know that you'll be joined at this summit by some of those in positions of leadership outside the judiciary but relevant to ADR. The CIFOC meetings convening the world's judiciaries regularly involve as guests so that we can hear and exchange members of the profession, of the arbitration community, of the mediation community, and the like. And indeed the users, by which I mean the regular parties in or their associations involved in dispute in disputes. It's through that type of dialogue, whether seen through user committees or bespoke convenings, that we will achieve this shared confidence and shared ability to develop good choices in an integrated system to ensure that standards are kept high, because ultimately the thing that achieves the greatest success for arbitration, mediation and the courts is the confidence that can come from high standards. If we're in this together across the whole field, we can keep that critical consideration first in mind. Those were some thoughts. I suspect they touch on matters that are already in mind of most around the table, but I bring them with humility and current company, but also with the assurance that this is the way in which these matters are being considered, not just across the continent of Africa, but worldwide. We're going to find that we need this collective consideration, this collaborative consideration, even more in the near future, indeed now, because we have to reach decisions on matters such as litigation or third-party funding, multi-party disputes, AI in dispute resolution. We have to, and we know we have to reach conclusions in those areas. And if we find that we look at those areas disjointedly rather than across the an integrated system of mediation, arbitration, and the courts, then we will find difficult consequences. So this practice, led by example by the current summit, of convening to discuss these issues and not trying to go it alone, is going to be worth more than ever in the years immediately ahead. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you very much, Sir Robin, for that very useful intervention. We're particularly grateful that you took time off your schedule to give us your views and thoughts. But perhaps just one question before you go, Sir Robin. Do you think there is a case for a model law in commercial mediation? I know that most jurisdictions already have sufficient provision for arbitration, but do you think there should be thoughts given to having a model law on commercial mediation, or the adoption of guidelines, perhaps non-binding guidelines on how to deal with commercial mediation?
Thank you for such a thought-provoking question. I think I summarize my response as follows. A model law is a very ambitious proposition, and even if achieved, one gets to a place where some parts of the world will adopt it and some will not. And that hard edge isn't always constructive. I don't believe we have the time at the moment to afford to pause and put all of our efforts into a model law. Secondly, I think the effort, again, exhibited by this summit shows how much progress can be achieved without that step of a model law. So I say, secondly, don't underestimate what's being achieved already. Thirdly, I think you hit the target when you referenced the alternative ideas of principles or guidelines. I prefer the idea of principles that all can contribute to the framing of, but which allow a flexibility of application. If I can just touch on the experience that SIFOC had when the subject of case management was put across the global membership. And it was found that really, without too much difficulty, there could be a universal subscription to generally accepted principles of case management. Indeed, 2 or 3 of those reference mediation, but at a very high level. Now, I think it's that would give encouragement to the idea that trying to achieve some shared principles is within reach. It might be particularly timely given the advent of the Singapore Convention on Enforcement of Mediation awards, it might be particularly healthy because it takes matters beyond that stage of enforcement to the whole relationship and positioning of mediation in a system of dispute resolution and a system serving the rule of law. So I think, in answer and with gratitude for your question, that would be my suggested approach.
Right, thank you very, very much indeed, Sir Robin, and we wish you well.
Thank you, and I look forward to seeing everybody one way or another in the not too distant future.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
It's time now to allow Pepperdine University, ably represented by Professor DeWard, to give your intervention, please.
Thank you so much, Chair C.J. Malila. Congratulations to you and to C.J. Jallo for taking the baton, leading us forward and expanding the forum, and for the celebration in Uganda last week, taking the baton from C.J. Emeritus Owinidolo, our founding chair. Thank you for your leadership in launching this. And yes, thank you so much. And CJ Martha Kome, thank you so much for hosting us, for the warm hospitality. Of course, your judicial team has been fabulous and excellent as always. I remember we must have been together at Pepperdine's Chateau when you raised your hand to say Kenya will host the next summit. And you have done it as promised. So thank you so much for convening us. As the university training partner for the forum and for each of the member countries, we have the unique opportunity to travel to the different countries and take stock of how we're doing in advancing ADR across the continent. And speaking of ADR, both in the commercial arena as well as the criminal arena and plea bargaining. And there is a roadmap of consistency that we've seen where ADR is thriving and where ADR is struggling. And one thing that I've noticed now, working with nearly 20 different jurisdictions across the continent, is that each one is different. Different culture, different history, different developmental stages of the law and of the acceptance of ADR in both cases. Among those differences, however, most of the opposition in each of the countries is the same. Resistance because of change itself. Resistance because of territorialism and having control over my domain of the criminal sector or the commercial sector. In each of the jurisdictions that we've worked with, we see these same opponents. But the commonality where we have seen ADR thriving remains the same, and it starts with the Chief Justice. It starts with strong Chief Justice leadership. And a critical component to that strength is a personal conviction of the effectiveness and significance of ADR mechanisms. With each of the now almost 24 Chief Justices I've had the honor of working with, each one holds deeply personal conviction that ADR is the way forward, that ADR is the way to thriving economies and justice systems across the continent. And so I do want to commend the Chief Justices of this forum for your personal conviction and your leadership in promoting and establishing ADR across the continent. Part of that strength of leadership that we've also seen manifest is in the ability to birth a task force of others who share that passion and assigning a focal judge who carries that task force forward. Judiciaries and countries where ADR is thriving, these elements are in place. It's been mentioned about the challenges in the status of legislation in each of the countries. when we travel there, we find that those are all in different places. But the Chief Justices that have countries that are thriving in ADR have found creative ways to work within the constitutional constraints to either establish practice directives or to persuade Parliament to move forward with amendments that would allow these ADR mechanisms to move forward. And so there's a creative component to the judicial leadership that I see taking place across the continent where it's thriving. And then making reference all the way back to CJ Nigeria Kudirat's comment about education and ongoing training. Of course, it's unsurprising to hear it from us as a university that believes in training and education, but you're constantly getting new judges, you're constantly getting new stakeholders, new prosecutors. Every stakeholder in the system of ADR needs to be trained. And I'll just take it one step forward with a final comment. One of the challenges that we've seen where ADR can get hung up in advancing is where the procedures vary across the nation. And so a second piece to training that we emphasize is countrywide training. Uganda is a good example, who when they undertook criminal ADR, they established an annual training conference every year for 8 years, where every judge was required to come and be trained in plea bargaining practices and to come back and frame the questions and challenges that they're facing and advance the cause of ADR in their criminal sector each year. But what that also allowed, it allowed all the judges from across the country to come together and have the same procedures being applied and implemented across the country so that you could travel anywhere and have the same procedural framework in place that allowed ADR, both commercial and criminal, to thrive in those jurisdictions. But of course, it's our great honor to be partnered with you. We're thankful for the invitation to be with you as a forum and to be with you as individual jurisdictions. And we are, of course, inspired by the judicial leadership that you have shown in getting ADR catching fire in Africa, really unlike anywhere else in the world. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor DeWard, for those remarks and for your very useful observations. I think we have just enough time to take one more contribution from the chairperson of the president, rather, of the Law Society of Kenya. Is he here? Yes, please.
Thank you for the welcome, Chair of the Forum. Good afternoon to all the Honorable Chief Justices present, judges and other distinguished guests. My name is Charles Kanjama. I currently serve as the President of the Law Society of Kenya. I'm also a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators with experience in arbitration, and I'm also a certified professional mediator. The topic that we've been discussing this morning is definitely an important topic for how judiciaries in Africa can embrace alternative dispute resolution. About 10 years ago, when the Kenyan judiciary was implementing court-annexed mediation, I was serving as the chair of the Nairobi branch of the Law Society of Kenya. And the experience we had at the time, which is what I want to talk about, and since, is about the role of the lawyer and the perspective of the lawyer in alternative dispute resolution. First of all, when Kenya was embracing court-annexed mediation, our model or case study was Uganda, which had already embraced court-annexed mediation before. The lawyers in Kenya were concerned about a number of issues at the time. They thought that alternative dispute resolution was going to sideline the role of the lawyer, was going to affect legal practice, was going to affect access to the courts, because people come to the judiciary after they have already attempted to resolve their disputes unsuccessfully. And the lawyers are the ones who have the exclusive right in the statute of various countries that manage advocates to represent parties before the court. And there was a process in which we did a lot of participation with our members. We assured them that the alternative dispute resolution process does not take away the role of the lawyer as the principal advisor and legal representative of their client. We discussed that alternative dispute resolution should not take away from the ability of the lawyer to earn their fees as they assist the client. And eventually we got some support from the legal profession leadership to continue with court annexed mediation as well as alternative dispute resolution. In the years that have gone by, however, there are other challenges that we've had to deal with even until current time. And one of those challenges has been that in the initial implementation of alternative dispute resolution, the amount of training that the dispute resolvers have been asked to undergo has generally been, in the case of mediation, a 1-week training course or 40-hour course. And in the case of arbitration, generally we have used international arbitration curriculum. So in the case of the local mediation training courses, one of the concerns has been that lawyers who already have a lot of knowledge in the law, in the practice of the law, are undergoing the same amount of training as non-lawyers, some of who have very little substantive knowledge of the law. And then all of them become mediators under court annexed mediation. So now the experience of some of the lawyers who've gone through court annexed mediation with their clients has started becoming negative when you have lay mediators, and that is a challenge that we are currently dealing with in Kenya. The question of how do we regulate these dispute resolvers who are not lawyers, whether it is in mediation or arbitration, as the judiciary encourages the ADR to take place. In the case of arbitration, one of the challenges we are facing in Kenya in particular is that the foremost or the prominent arbitration training body is the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, where a membership is paid in sterling pounds, in British pounds. So it's quite expensive. And then most of the money that we pay goes to London and does not remain in Kenya. So we are finding that arbitration is becoming more costly because the arbitrators now charge quite a bit when they do the arbitration. And it is also becoming more time consuming. It is taking us longer and longer, almost like court processes, because the attraction of arbitration was that it was meant to be faster than the court process. So what I want to say in summary is that while alternative dispute resolution is very promising and is the way to go so that it can expand opportunities for the citizen of the various countries to access justice, when the alternative dispute resolution is done outside the formal court process, there are various structural and process issues that will gradually arise, and that we need to be aware of them and deal with them. And for us, in the Law Society of Kenya, what we've realized is that the way to make ADR sustainable so that we can deal with those challenges is to ensure that the role of the lawyer has been robustly recognized in all the processes, whether it is alternative justice systems, whether it is mediation, whether it is arbitration, not only as a representative of the client or of the party, but also as an important professional in that dispute resolution panel, because they are the ones who will be advising on the law, will be knowledgeable about the law, whether it is mediation or arbitration or any other alternative justice system. So that is just my proposal, that the role of the legal profession to be reaffirmed as we are adopting and embracing more of the ADR, so that it becomes truly sustainable. And then as I conclude, there is the question when the judiciary is involved in ADR as to what is the level of coercion or compulsion that can take place in the choice of alternative dispute resolution. In other words, can the judge or magistrate make a directive that this matter must go to ADR even when the parties think otherwise? And what I would like to suggest is that the concept of party autonomy in alternative dispute resolution, which means that anytime ADR takes place, the parties have the right to consent freely to the choice of forum, to the design of the forum, and to procedural issues in relation to the forum. That is what we call party autonomy. The concept of party autonomy is fundamental and must be incorporated in the design and implementation of the ADR processes. So for example, in Kenya right now, we've been discussing, can lawyers and their clients insist and say, I want the mediator to, for example, be an advocate, because I believe this is a matter where a lawyer is the one best knowledgeable about the dispute, or even a senior advocate or somebody with certain kind of qualification. And we have agreed that party autonomy is essential and fundamental in any alternative dispute resolution process that is to be recognized by the judiciary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President of the Kenya Law Society, for those reflections. You have really raised fundamental issues around which our conversation should continue to revolve. Regrettably, we are now out of time, and we have to close this particular session. I think we are now redundant, no longer useful to this process, so we're stepping down now.
My Lord Chairperson, I know that it's such an amazing conversation, and I also know that we will continue with the interactions after a break. We've had a long morning since 8 a.m. this morning, and with the Honorable Chairperson's permission, the session that was to come after this one will now move to the afternoon after lunch. So now we will proceed for lunch, and I will let you know how we'll do that. But before I do that, let me recognize the representative of the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Harold Kimuge, who is a Member of Parliament representing persons with disability in the National Assembly. He is also a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. He's a certified professional mediator and a disability rights advocate. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for joining us. We also recognize the National Center for International Arbitration. We have the Kenya Revenue Authority, Kenya Commercial Bank, and many other partners. So we will move to lunch. I'm told that those who would want to participate in the Friday prayer
We are available to take you to the GSU Mosque. Just alert any of our protocol officers and we will make that facilitation. The Honorable Chief Justices, Emeriti, heads of delegations will have lunch at Cafe Kigwa. That will be guided. And all other delegates will have lunch at the Nyama Choma Ranch. It is now, Chairperson, it is now 1 o'clock. And we will be back in this hall at 2 o'clock so that we can have the other sessions that are on the program. Bon appetit, and we'll see you in the afternoon. I'm sure we will have an opportunity to answer all the questions that have not been asked yet. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We may break for lunch with your permission. Distinguished judges, because of the work that still lies ahead, I want to make most humble request that we progress with the session. I hope you enjoyed lunch. And I hope you left some space for the dinner that is yet to come. Thank you. Thank you very much. Without much ado, we will start shortly. We are on session 2, where we will be discussing continental alignment for commercial justice, standards, priorities, and judicial commitments. And because we want to be efficient and cover the program as was given to us by the forum, we have introduced a new rule. And this is the only time we are allowed to share rules with the rule makers. We will have a timer on the comfort screen. And so the Honorable Chair of the session and the co-chair and the panelists on the podium will be able to see how much time we have left. so that we can cover as much discussion as possible. Allow me to invite, with most humility, Honorable Justice Robert Mzikamanda, Senior Counsel, Chief Justice of the Republic of Malawi, and Co-Chair Honorable Justice Dr. Flavian Zeja, Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, to introduce and lead us through the session. To support the discussions, allow me to also invite the Secretary of the Forum, Honorable Justice Andrew Hauha, to sit. We will have two technical interventions from the floor, from the podium. Ron Chari from the Chandler Institute of Justice, Executive Director. Ron, please come to the front. And Jacqueline Waihenya, our immediate former chairperson of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators Kenya chapter, and the reason why I am a fellow, why most judges in the Kenya judiciary are fellows of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. That is because Jacqueline decided that we had to study and make sure that we satisfied the requirements. With utmost humility, my Lord Chairperson, allow me to hand over the session to you. There's a timer. The time starts running now.
What do I do? No, I think you have to change the timer now. No.
Let me see. This one works. Huh?
Mind it. Okay.
Let's do mediation.
Why is it that mic for the first chairperson doesn't work? It didn't work earlier on, it doesn't work now. But anyway, welcome, and my lady, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, my lords and my ladies, and all protocols observed. Welcome back to the afternoon session. We'll try as much as possible to utilize the 1 hour that we've been given, and therefore we'll go straight into the business. But before I do so, let me join those who spoke earlier before me in thanking the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya and the Kenyan judiciary for the wonderful reception, for the wonderful arrangements, and for a very successful conference or summit. I think the success of the summit was already obvious by the time we started. And so thank you so much for that. We appreciate. This afternoon, we are talking about continental alignment for commercial justice standards, priorities, and judicial commitments. In the morning, we had the opportunity of doing stock taking of the ADR processes in our different jurisdictions across the African continent. And it was obvious that we have all come to accept and realize that ADR is the way to go. We may be at different levels, at different stages of development, but we are all committed to having ADR take place in our jurisdictions and be entrenched, become part of our justice system. And so it was good to hear from the various persons who intervened to hear at what stage they are. Now that we have agreed that ADR is ours and is here to stay, now we have to talk about continental alignment for commercial justice, standards, priorities, and judicial commitments. And our reflections will look at the judicial and ADR practice, which areas should be prioritized for progress to be made on the continent, and whatever alignment that we may have. And the areas that we are going to focus on are on case management, judicial specialization, enforcement, culture, digital readiness, treatment of cross-border disputes, and standards for court annexed mediation. I think part of the morning, part of the previous session dealt with some of these issues, and I listened particularly to Sir Robin, Justice Robin, and the Senior Vice President of Pepperdine University talking about what they have observed across the continent and perhaps across the globe and the various challenges that we all are facing. So to take us through, there is myself, who, as the chairperson, and also the co-chairperson, Chief Justice Zaifa from Uganda. Maybe I should hand over to you for your next interventions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair. This is an area where we expect a lot of intervention from you. First of all, maybe to set the ball rolling, we need to look at, we need to focus on mandatory mediation versus voluntary. Some jurisdictions have mandatory, others have voluntary. That's the first disparity, maybe where we may need to pick. Some have mixed. Then enforceability, especially the disparity between the civil law and the common law systems. There's always that disparity, both in the enforceability and homologation, especially for civil law jurisdictions. And then there's also disparity in terms of confidentiality and privilege. I know when it comes to criminal areas, you'll find, I know for a fact that in some countries, I think the United States, I will stand to be corrected by Danny, that in criminal matters, if, for example, you make a disclosure that has a criminal element, then you cannot plead that you did it under mediation or something. So there is that issue of confidentiality, etc., etc. And then, of course, mediation standards, all that. So we have a series of questions. I think if you have your booklet, if I may start with the first one, over to you. The first one is, which cross-jurisdictional differences weaken predictability and confidence in court-connected ADR, thereby necessitating redress in our respective judiciaries before progressing to continental alignment. So feel free to come in, put up your hand, and we'll pick you, and then you, yes, CJ Emeritus Marawi.
Thank you, my Lord Chief Justice. I will be very brief in my intervention. And it is probably from a point of utter ignorance regarding what prevails in a number of countries. Now, my understanding is that in a majority of our jurisdictions, court-annexed ADR is mandatory. In other words, the procedures require that when the matter is ripe for hearing, it first goes to ADR, and if ADR at that point collapses, then another judge takes over. Now, what is happening here is that we are saying once ADR collapses before one judge, the entire proceeding before that judge is of no consequence. I hope I am right. In other words, even the factuality that was disclosed before the judge before is of no consequence. Now, the result turns out ADR is in the hands of unprofessionalism, in the hands of wrong, legal practitioners, is used as a fact-finding mission. In other words, you get all the facts at mediation stage. And where your client said yes at mediation stage, they are probably entitled to say no during trial. And therefore, what usually happens is that lawyers will most probably instruct their clients to be very, very stingy about the entire factuality. And that translates into collapsing of ADR, and therefore the matter moves on to a full trial. The question I have is there a way we can strengthen the legality? That's for lack of better expression. Can we strengthen the premise of court-annexed ADR? If it is not the decision, I understand. The decision would have no consequence before the judge whom the full trial takes place. But how about the facts? Maybe some of you, dear colleagues, who are experienced in these matters will help us. What stops the facts from being passed on to the rest of the process? I know of certain institutions that I myself have been party to, where the initial facts can then be moved on to the next stage, to the extent of the facts, so that people can trust each other even at the stage of ADR. Now that's where my problem is. I'm sure that we have jurisdictions here that can help us. How in other jurisdictions this aspect is dealt with. Lawyers have to trust each other, and that will strengthen the process. Trusting each other means moving with the facts at this stage and then later, so that ADR is not really cosmetic. Thank you, my lords.
Thank you, my lord. I have seen the hand of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, but I think to that specific question, let me invite our colleague from the Arbitration Center, if you can hazard some attempt, and then I will also ask Charles to intervene before we come to the CJ Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I think, Mr. Chairman and your co-chairs, allow me to write on the protocol that has already been established, and to say that to see all the Chief Justices sitting in this room from across the continent for me is a dream come true. So I think, even before I say anything, maybe if you could give yourselves all a warm round of applause for this very wonderful accomplishment. As your chair of the ADR Forum will tell you, Dr. Malila, Chief Justice of Zambia. I have been to Zambia, and I've also had a lot of support from the Chief Justice of Kenya, and it's a great honor to be here with you. And allow me, because of time, to zero in onto the question as to the legality of mediation. Maybe what I can say, the starting point why you should listen to me, is that I am mediator number 5 in Kenya. I became a mediator in the pilot program in 2016, so I am 10 years a mediator here in Kenya when we first put the pilot program. And the legality or the legal framework was under the civil procedure rules here in Kenya and the Civil Procedure Act. And then we had directions. and practice directions, that is to say practice directions. And on the question of strengthening legality, from the point of view of ADR practitioners, we tend to be very, very cautious about creating a very formalistic approach to alternative dispute resolution, especially with mediation. So the thing that we try to encourage the most is standardization. And when we talk cross-border, also harmonization, seeing what is happening in the next jurisdiction so that you can be able to accommodate best practice. So I think one of the best proposals is to benchmark and to look at what is working in other jurisdictions so that you can apply something that is tried and tested, but of course, without taking it wholesome, and of confidentiality also come in. And therefore, when we adopted that approach, we said it is annexed to the court system. So we left the legalistic framework to the usual judicial functions under the Civil Procedure Act and what happens usually with the technical proceedings that when we appear before you as my lord and my ladies, and we are arguing technical issues within the technical framework. What I've learned with mediation is that when parties come before you, there may be some facts which have been agreed, but usually the facts are rarely agreed. They will put what they will indicate in their substantive pleadings, but when you delve into what is actually causing the problem, you find that there are different interests. So we tend to encourage the parties to think about their interests, not necessarily what has brought them to court, but moving forward, what will be the best solution that can work for both parties so that they can be able to work together. There's a lot of emphasis on restoration and reconciliation, and when parties look to the future, then the question of facts tends to sometimes, in many ways, be resolved when they have agreed, okay, this has happened and we have disagreed or there's a dispute, but moving forward, we can agree that we can adopt an approach that takes us into the future as opposed to looking in the past. So when we're looking at what ails the parties, I would recommend when you're putting in a mediation program or framework, a framework that has a standard that tends to invite the parties to engage within the context of party autonomy. We had also many discussions about what party autonomy meant when the court is telling you, we cannot let you go into the main proceeding, you first have to detour and engage with mediation. We invited the parties to, and this is what the practical approach that we adopted, tell the parties, let us get into the mediation process. So long as you come, you hear what the process is all about, the voluntariness or the autonomy, the person who makes a decision whether to continue or not is the person in the room, the party in the room. And of course, the party had the party and the lawyers present with them, and we still do that. And at least I would say I'm an advocate mediator here in Kenya, and we have many discussions, and you probably heard what the Law Society president said. I tend to prefer as a mediator to have the lawyers in the room with me so that they can explain the legal nuances to what the parties' interests are. So I believe that there is room for every person to voluntarily commit to the process of mediation, regardless of the framework that you put in place. The only thing I will probably indicate that I'm concerned about, and I think I should air it now, is the question of having the judge wear a different hat and then become the same judge who is going to resolve the dispute themselves. There are very many dangers, because once you've heard something, as a dispute resolver, you cannot unhear it. And okay, yes, we have that challenge also when we deal with arbitration, when we say, let's start with arbitration, go to mediation, and then go to arbitration. The truth of the matter is, and this is the program that, or the approach that we have found to be the best possible way of resolving this particular question. have a panel of mediators, which is what we have done in Kenya. So that once the matter is taken to court, the parties file their pleadings in court. There is a team that screens the matter for mediation, and the matter for mediation appoints a mediator who runs with the mediation. And the mediator does not necessarily have to see the pleadings, but they can ask for them if they are of the view that that will assist them. And then once they conclude, and we have a fairly good success rate with mediation, then what tends to happen is that matter is resolved. The lawyers get paid their fees usually. The first problem that we had when we started was what they used to call the accelerated deceleration of revenue. So the lawyers also get paid. And once that file is closed, then it is marked as one of the matters that have been concluded, and they can be used for your statistics moving forward, that we're able to take this matter from the main docket, the court docket, take it to mediation, let the parties resolve the matters themselves, and they can resolve in full. Sometimes they can resolve in part, and sometimes they can agree not to agree and say, we want to have a decision from the court. When they then move to the next stage, which is to have a member of the bench resolve the dispute, we have a completely different person who handles the matter. Yes.
I wanted to clear the impression, perhaps maybe which could have been created. When a judge mediates a matter, if mediation fails, the judge doesn't hear the matter. It goes to another, so a different judge. So I thought I should make that clear. Okay. Because I think when you were explaining, I thought you got it wrong, right? The way we explained it in the morning.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I must start off with a disclaimer. I'm not a dispute resolution practitioner. Neither have I appeared before any judge in my career. So I'm quite privileged that I think today I get a chance to appear before many Chief Justices and many Deputy Chief Justices. But I've spent many years of my career working in international finance and have been involved in large-scale transactions across over 30 African countries involving energy, infrastructure, mining, and financial services. So if you allow me, I'll frame my intervention in that perspective of the subject of the disputes, which are the commercial transactions. What I've noticed is that in any commercial contract that's being negotiated, there are often two clauses that seem very simple but appear to be the most complicated or negotiation points. The first one being the choice of law. The choice of law for any particular dispute that emanates from a contract. Even amongst two African parties, let's say it's a contract between Zambian entity and a Namibian or South African entity, you often spend a lot of time on that particular clause. And we often perceive it as foreign international investors that are coming to invest in Africa. But I think the fragmentation starts amongst ourselves as African countries. If you place two parties from two different African countries and say between Nigeria and South Africa, the choice of law, this contract is going to be governed by South African law, I'm sure a lot of Nigerian parties are going to object to that particular clause. That's the first one. The second one is the dispute resolution clause. I've seen some that go 3 pages or more, but I think over time you'd think that these clauses become simplified. They seem to be more complicated when we add arbitration and mediation. So I think there's a lot to do, towards harmonizing our systems. So I'll make 3 specific interventions. The first being, if you look at it from a more commercial or transactional perspective, fragmentation is a risk and it's priced into the contract. And we're already paying for that particular risk collectively as African countries. Just to give some statistics, in 2025, 25% of all disputes that were presided over by ICSID were involved African parties. Mostly ICSID is investor state, so involved mostly African states. And in terms of representation, I think the President earlier in his remarks, he spoke about representation at international arbitration panels. Only 5% of the arbitrators were African. So I think if you look at it from I know the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators here, from a business perspective, even for our own arbitrators, this is also potential revenue that we are outsourcing to US, Paris, and Singapore. So I think we should probably look at some of it as what risk is the fragmentation bringing to transactions, where investors are not comfortable and we insist on, say, we want an African choice of law and an African seat of arbitration or dispute resolution. Most of them price that into whether it's a financial contract, interest rates, and so on. The second point that I'd like to make is when you talk about harmonization and unifying our systems, I think we should focus more on unifying outcomes, not creating identical systems. I think it's impossible to come up with identical systems for various reasons. I think we have closely related, but sometimes we're colonized by different countries. Some use civil law, some use common law, and we have different systems that operate. So if we focus on outcomes, I think it could be more useful, I think, approach to unifying or harmonizing our systems. By outcomes, I think I would highlight 4 things that I think are more important. Predictable timelines. I think it's in everyone's interest for a dispute to be quickly resolved. And then second one, judgments and arbitral awards should be enforceable across our borders. Thirdly, mediated settlements should be recognized also by the next member state. And then the last one is on digitized or record keeping, that also we should be able to have systems that speak to each other between the 2 countries. So that's the second one. Then the last one, more forward-looking. I think we should look at commitment mechanisms that move faster. I've seen we have a lot of treaties, declarations. Some of them require political processes for them to be adopted and implemented. But I think we can move swiftly by creating more model standards and peer mechanisms, which I think this forum is probably quite suited to facilitate. Because I think a lot of countries are still trying to domesticate a lot of the arbitration treaties, but I think the markets have moved so fast that some of them are no longer relevant. But I'll pause there if you allow me, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to respond to the question raised by the Chief Justice from Malawi, I think it was, about the facts when there is a mediation process. And I wanted to state that in Nigeria, we have adopted what we call the front-loading system, whereby you actually have to file affidavits in support of your pleadings. So it removes the secrecy or the idea of hiding certain facts. Before, you found that litigants were always ambushed at the trial stage. So when you file your pleadings, all the evidence you intend to lead is uploaded, is front-loaded, along with your pleadings, and the documents you intend to rely on as well. So it means that when it gets to the court, and you have that pretrial conference, the judge is already in possession of all the facts. And at that pretrial session also, issues are narrowed down as to what will be tried. So if it is not possible for the matter to go to any of the dispute resolution mechanisms, then a different judge will hear the matter, but will be in possession of the issues that have been narrowed down by the parties. Now, the lady from Kenya, the mediator, you raised an issue. After I'd raised my hand and you raised that issue, I felt it was food for thought. And that is the fact that sometimes when you get down to the nitty-gritty, it may not necessarily be those facts that they have filed that is actually the root cause of the problem. So, you know, that came up after I had raised my hand. I was just going to talk to the advantage of having this pre-trial session and having all your processes, everything you want to rely on, up front-loaded right from the start, so everybody knows what the issues are. But one cannot discount the fact that this sort of issue may arise, that by the time you get down to it, you may find that the root of the problem is something else entirely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, CJ. Let's realign ourselves back to the questions as we posed them. The first one was, do we need some continental alignment? Because that is our first question. Do we need a continental alignment? In other words, do we need like a one-size-fits-all?
No.
So that is the first question we posed, and you remember the issues I raised in terms of mandatory versus, voluntary, all that, as I listed them initially. So do we need a continental alignment? That is our first question. In other words, in our respective judiciaries,
Can I speak to that? Yeah. Can I speak to that? Yes.
Okay, hold on. Let me pick our sister from Tanzania, and then I will after that I will call in Pepperdine to intervene. And yes.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Sorry, my voice is not clear. So I will go direct to try to share experience, and then we can see whether we need a continental or not. From our experience in Tanzania, we have practiced court annex mediation since 1994. And we went some amendments to see how the ADR can fit and be suitable as one of the tools of case management. So the amendment, the last amendment which we have made is to include private mediators to the court annex mediation. What we are trying to do is all about the challenges which have been raised in the morning. Judges to shift from the judgeship or magistrateship to be a mediator. This is, though we are trying to give them skills on ADR, but the mentality we have, it has been affected us. Since we're coming from the university, which we didn't attend the curriculum for ADR, to change the litigation mind is very difficult. So we are looking for the holistic approach on how to raise awareness and to raise the practice of ADR out of court and court annex mediation. So why we prefer court annex mediation, the issue is trust. Though we have the law which encourage to use private mediators, so we align with the Constitution which encourage judges and magistrates to encourage parties to use alternative means. So one of the initiatives is how we can cooperate with these private mediators so they can help judges and magistrates to do mediation, first of all. But the one who get proper skills on ADR without mentality of judgeship or magistrateship, maybe they will be more suitable to sit for mediation in cases. So the issue of trust, that's why we are keeping court annex mediation. But intention is to strengthen the institutions which are doing mediation outside the court and to sensitize the people to use these alternative means outside the court. So it's the issue of engagement. Judiciary should not take out its role to manage it for quality assurance of justice, because at the end of the day, parties will come back to court. So my view is we don't need to have one law fits for all. No. We have to look for many approaches which suit for us. For instance, yesterday we have seen IJC system. We see how, even as we see how we can integrate with our local community there. So they are doing it, but there is no legal force. So how to integrate it with the court? Because at the end of the day, the custodian of justice is court. So to buy in with the advice which were given by Sir Lordings, I don't remember his name. Yes, it's best to codify principles and standards, and then every jurisdiction should look for approach which is applicable and suitable for the certain jurisdiction, depends on the culture, mindsets, and the level of awareness. So I think this will be workable. Like in Tanzania now, awareness is rising up, and private mediators are now recognized. Many of the lawyers now, they are doing mediation at their firms. So we encourage them to do it, and the law allows it. And in our civil code, it's mandatory under Section 13. It's mandatory for the parties to take bona fide steps before coming to court. What are the bona fide steps? One of them is ADR mechanisms. So once the case has been filed, now we are seeing point of objection that the parties didn't take bona fide steps. So this is how to encourage parties and lawyers to advise their parties that we have to take bona fide steps, including ADR, outside the court before we come into court. And this has come to the issue of party autonomy. Once a judge is satisfied that the bona fide steps have been taken outside before filing of a case, there is no need of saying go for mediation. And this is, I want to answer your question, whether it's mandatory or not mandatory. Mandatory in terms that a magistrate or a judge should encourage parties to at least to go to the session of mediation, to participate in mediation, and whether to agree or not to agree. This is a party autonomy. If they want, it's okay. If they don't want, it's also okay. But we have seen even for the unsuccessful mediation, a lot of issues are minimized. Once you run the parties, the process of mediation, you see them now, they come into reality. What are the interests of their dispute? Not the facts or the issues in dispute. So even if the case, the mediation is failed, once they go back to the trial, they minimize issues, they focus on issues which are in dispute and not everything like in the pleadings. So this is an advantage we have seen so far. So I have to conclude that we have to adopt many approaches, but principles and standard, maybe we have to maintain the standards.
Thank you so much. I think you've had a discourse. Let me go to Pepperdine. What do you think?
Thank you so much, my lords and ladies. My name is David Dowling. I am the managing director for the Strauss Institute at Pepperdine School of Law, and I'm a mediator as well. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here with you today. This is actually my first time on the African continent, and what a prestigious and blessed way to come to Africa. As I've listened to so many wonderful responses, I had a couple of thoughts myself. So your question was about continental alignment. Should there be a one-size-fits-all? And one of the issues when we look at continental alignment and taking one approach is that we have to look at the pros and cons. So one of the main issues that we could run into here is culture. We have, look around this room, a wonderful, beautiful, diverse room of people with very different perspectives. If we take a one-size-fits approach to mediation, we will run into ignoring and disrespecting the culture of so many people that come to court to experience mediation. So when we think about mediation, it's not a one size or one approach that will work. However, I do think that continental alignment can come through training of mediators. I think that we should look to looking at and bringing in the best form of training that we can provide to our mediators, so that our mediators in each jurisdiction have the best skill set, that they have the ability to sit, to listen, to ask questions in a way that will help people navigate the process of mediation while respecting their individuality and their culture. That is crucial and important, and often can be the reason for the conflict, is that cross-cultural dispute that we see, that we experience, because we experience it in so many different ways. One of the things that my friend here from the Institute shared is about enforcement across borders. And I'm actually sitting next to our Chief Justice here from Nigeria, and Nigeria is the only country, I believe, in the continent that has signed on and ratified the Singapore Agreement. The Singapore Agreement, so in the New York Convention, was about arbitration. So the New York Convention brought countries together for the enforcement of arbitration agreements. The Singapore Convention does the same thing for mediation. So if I go into business with you, my lord, I come from Ireland and you're from Uganda, correct? And so if we get into business together and there's a dispute, which country should we go to seek justice for that? If I go to Uganda, it's very unfamiliar to me. I will feel unfamiliar with the language, with the culture. I say to you, come to Ireland, you're going to feel unfamiliar with that. But let's say we go into mediation. We decide that we're going to try mediation instead of litigating. Now we have a successful resolution. You get an agreement where I should pay you. How are you going to enforce that without going to the courts? So the Singapore Convention allows you to enforce that mediation settlement agreement in Ireland, in Uganda, in Nigeria, in any countries that have signed on and ratified that. So one way in which the continent can look to enforcement of cross-jurisdiction agreements is through something like ratifying the Singapore Convention. It allows each country in itself to participate and encourage mediation, so that if we do enter into a mediation agreement and we are from neighboring jurisdictions, that we have no fear of how that will be enforced and brought about. Can I touch on just one other thing, which is the idea of voluntary versus involuntary and court-annexed mediation? I'm a big fan of court-annexed mediation, and I think every country in Africa should encourage it and support it. Because what it does is it gives people, so many people, an opportunity to sit down and consider a way to resolve their disputes. Court-annexed mediation has this idea that it is involuntary. A judge is going to say, I want you to go out and mediate. But the gem, the beauty of mediation is that the resolution itself is voluntary. So it's an involuntary process. We're going to send you out because we want you to sit down. Because a lot of times, if you and I have a disagreement, I don't want to sit at a table with you. I don't want to look with you. I don't want to talk to you because I'm angry at you. So when a judge says to me, you need to sit with this person, you need to talk to him, it puts me in a space that I have to listen to you. And now, because of that, I voluntarily have the opportunity to resolve or not resolve. And what we've discovered in the programs that I've worked with is that many parties do end up settling and resolving because they're given the opportunity to work through their issues, to listen to each other, to learn from each other, and to think of creative solutions that they never would have thought of without the opportunity to sit at the mediation table together.
Thank you so much for that intervention. Apparently, in our jurisdiction, we have tested both the mandatory for some divisions and then voluntary for other divisions. And where we have mandatory, we have better results than where we have voluntary. I think the judge in the commercial court told you that they decided to make every case mandatory, that you must go for mediation.
Yeah.
And the truth be told, that sometimes, like in family mediation, even in the family division who have made it mandatory, you find the parties initially don't even want to talk to each other, husband and wife. Then eventually, when you bring them together, you remind them how they were in love at some stage, and then you see them beginning to talk, and then finally you have a settlement in something you didn't expect. So it's because we have tested both. So it's a discussion we can have, but as you say, I think we can't have one size fit all. It would be very difficult.
Yeah.
No, not culturally. You can't.
With the multicultural.
Yeah, you can't require it. But I will say this with family and divorce mediation, because I've practiced that. Is that I think all family cases should be required to go to mediation, because where you have children involved, you need those parents to be able to continue to work together and communicate effectively. And that's broken down. So providing them an opportunity through mediation, because it's not voluntary, because they're required to go, they're allowed then to develop a new form of communication that hasn't existed in the past for them.
Yeah, thank you. So CJ Saraya.
Thank you very much. I just wish to make very few comments. One of which is there is a need for there to be some alignment, continental alignment, when it has to do with best practice. When investors want to come and invest in any country, those are the things they look out for. If we want Africa to be the seat for mediation or for arbitration, there must be some amount of consistency and predictability among various African countries when it has to do with mediation. We know we can't have a quick fix system because our cultures are different, our customs are different, but there must be some form of alignment. If I'm an investor and then I want to come and invest, for instance, in Sierra Leone, South Africa, and in any other country, I need to know the level of the way they handle issues of mediation, arbitration, and even conciliation. If we do not find some common ground when it has to do with best practices, it will be very difficult for Africa to actually woo investors to be coming here. Because what people need is predictability. What they need is certainty that if I'm coming to invest in various countries, I must know that their level or their approach when it has to do with arbitration and mediation is to some level, to the extent that I will have confidence to invest in that particular country. So I think there should be some form of best practice when it has to do with issues of arbitration that runs right across our countries, irrespective of our different customs or our different culture, because it goes a long way in enhancing economic growth in our various African countries. I think that is why we are here. I appreciate it so much because we've learned a lot from various countries, our different experiences. All we need to go is to go back and make sure that we implement some of those new experiences we've actually learned from here, and to make sure that we align some of these. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for us to actually encourage huge investors to come to Africa and transform Africa into the seat for arbitration. So I thought that I should actually make some of these just few remarks by way of intervention.
Thank you so much. So, for example, we could all agree that we sign the Singapore Convention, we ratify it. When I was issuing the mediation rules in Uganda, I had wanted to put a section on that. Uganda is signatory, but we have not ratified the convention. So I had a section on that, and then I had to delete it until we have ratified it. So I think it's something, maybe we can generally agree that we adopt the Singapore Convention, and the principles there, they are very good, because ideally, if people are going to invest here, they want to be sure that they can have their agreements enforced. Okay.
We are running out of time. I see the hand from the Chief Justice Emeritus, but I thought I should ask Professor Dowling. You've gone away from the mic too quickly. If you could just highlight, as briefly as you can, on the best practices, some signals on some of the best practices. You've been across the country, across the continent through Pepperdine University, so you probably might have an idea. If you could briefly tackle that area, and then we can go to the Chief Justice Emeritus.
Thank you, my Lord. I think when we think about mediation, this is a fantastic place to be, is to sit here in a group who are thinking about ways to elevate conflict and dispute resolution. I want to come back to something that the president said this morning. He actually hit on something that I teach about all the time, which is removing the A from ADR, because it's not alternative dispute resolution, it's different forms of dispute resolution. Litigation is one form of dispute resolution, as is mediation and arbitration. When it comes to best practices, I think that what we have to do is take into account, as I've already touched on, which is culture, because culture is so important. And culture is not just that I'm from one country, you're from another. It's age, it's socioeconomic backgrounds, it's gender. All of these things come into how we should consider mediation. I'm, as I already pointed out, a firm believer in court annex mediation, and I think the more that we can introduce mediation into our culture, the more it becomes acceptable, the more it becomes something that people just see as a path and an option to do. If we support this, if we sit here in a room like this and say that this is something that we support dispute resolution, then what we really need to do is consider about how we can effectively have it be a part of our legal system in every jurisdiction. As we come together and sign on for the Singapore Convention, as we look for ways to enforce mediation settlement agreements, jurisdiction to jurisdiction, that supports the policy and practice that mediation and dispute resolution is an effective course and path for people in disputes. When we do that, we alleviate the burden for the courts. I can't imagine that the courts that all of you work for in here, we've heard some great statistics, but typically the courts are so burdened with legal cases, with people coming with their problems. If we establish court annexed mediation, that safety net will filter out some cases because so many people will resolve and settle and not move on and sit in front of a judge. And then we allow judges the time to listen to cases without feeling a huge burden.
Thank you very much. Chief Justice Emeritus Rwanda, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Take an opportunity to thank Chief Justice of Kenya for welcoming us also. But to go straight to the point, I want to come back to the issue of mandatory or voluntary mediation, because I think it's been coming up since this morning through the president of the Bar Association. I remember, if I had well, President Ruto this morning told us that we have to reclaim our ADR heritage, cultural heritage of resolving disputes through discussion and reconciliation. But we lost it by force through the imposition of colonial methods of dispute resolution through litigation. Here my point is that we may need to go also by compelling people to go back to their culture of resolving disputes through amicable resolution, mediation and conciliation and so on. So, in Rwanda, there is nothing we haven't done to encourage mediation. We've done public campaigns, sensitization. We've talked to courts, to the private sector, and so on. And we have seen some progress. Since 2017, until today, mediation has increased almost 18 times, from about 200 cases a year to 3,500 this year. But that is still a drop in the ocean. compared to the cases that we have in the courts. Almost every year we have 90,000 cases resolved, but there is still some resistance, whether it is from the lawyers or the people not being confident about the mediation system, various reasons. So I think we should seriously think of introducing mandatory mediation. The president of the bar raised the issue of party autonomy, but parties don't lose their autonomy when they go to mediation, even if it is compulsory to try mediation. The decision whether to settle or not is voluntary for the parties. So there should be no question of interfering with the rights of a party eventually to go to court if mediation does not succeed. So I think we should think seriously of recommending to our countries to introduce legislation that requires people to try mediation before they can decide whether to continue litigation or not. And that will give them an opportunity to know what the system, how the system works, to develop some trust in mediators. And once they have experienced it positively, they need to have a ripple effect on the rest of society. So I think it is, if we think it as a priority, we should push for legislation, introduce some kind of mandatory mediation. There are different kinds of mandatory mediation, whether it is for a short 2 hours, or it is a whole session, or several sessions, and that's something else. And I also want to bring the example of community mediation in Rwanda, which is mandatory for cases not beyond $3,000. People must go through mandatory community mediation. And that has worked very well. It has reduced the work of the courts almost by 90%. But that's still not enough because of the low cost of the subject matter. So that is what I wanted to bring to your attention.
Thank you, my Lord Chief Justice. We really have run out of time. I'll just give 1 minute to the lady. She had raised her hand. You had raised your hand.
Yeah,
1 minute.
Yes. Although thank you so much, Chair CJ. I just wanted to say that when we think about where we need to go is to look at the common principles. When we move around Africa, the continent, we find that we have so many shared principles. We have so many similar desires and outcomes that we want to see. And basically, what we would want to see as a practitioner is a convergence. I know we're calling it uniformity, but a convergence of the jurisdiction so that we have the common principles. I know we talk about Ubuntu a lot, but there's a lot of emphasis and discussions about Pan-Africanism. I've had it in this room as well. I heard the president speak about developmental progression, and these are the things that ail us as Africans. So when we think about commercial dispute resolution, then we're hoping that we can bring this together. Court-annexed mediation seems to be a general consensus. So if you agree from this meeting that court-annexed mediation would be the way to go as a first step and strengthen all the other ADR mechanisms in a multi-door approach, then I do believe that we are already in the right direction. And then, of course, the digital interoperability. I know different countries have different capacities at this level in the different judiciaries. I think that is also a common aim that you could look at. I believe the commercial world will be very, very grateful to the Chief Justices of Africa if you're able to agree on these general principles. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I think we must wrap it up. I'll speak no more. I'll leave it to my co-chair. He's a professor of commercial law, a Chief Justice who is well conversed in these matters. So I think he is the best person to conclude this session. Thank you.
I didn't know that you are pushing the final button to me. Thank you so much. But I want to, maybe the Kenya Law Society should actually look at a decision by the Court of Appeal of UK, because initially the court had actually decided that the mandatory mediation, in other words, when the court sends you for mediation, that would be a violation of human rights. In 2022, the Court of Appeal of England came out clear and said, when you are told to go for mediation, you must go. So it's really like a worldwide approach. The voluntariness, the voluntariness we are talking about is actually when you go to the mediation itself, you can decide either to accept or not to accept. So we are coming, I think, to international consensus. And thank you so much. I think we've answered all the questions indirectly through your responses, the different interventions from Pepperdine, from our colleagues here and Tanzania. I think we are good to go. What is important is that we have different jurisdictions and different approaches, but we must keep the voluntariness of the outcome of mediation. Thank you so much. I think we can leave it at that. We have zero time.
Zero time, thank you.
Such a phenomenal discussion and very historic, because listening to these various perspectives come to fore and starting to discuss them, I think is the beginning of the healing journey of our justice systems. I see I've also been given 1 minute to change over the panel. My Lord Chairs, our distinguished partners, allow me to request that you retreat, with the exception of the honored secretary, who has to stay on, but allow me to request our other panelists, including my Lord Chairs, to retreat. A round of applause, please. I kept wanting to ask the question, what is harmonization? I will not attempt to answer, but it's in my mind. I'm thinking about what we may understand by harmonization and perhaps something we need to discuss further. With your permission, my Lord Chief Justices, allow me to welcome our next session, which is financial sector disputes, tax certainty, and alternative dispute resolution, building commercial confidence in Africa. It reminds me of His Excellency the President's speech that one of the things that we need to do in Africa is to mobilize our national resources and then to de-risk our financing mechanisms to be able to raise resources for development. But there is such a thing as tax disputes. In Kenya, we have the tribunal, the Tax Appeals Tribunal, and I know that in many of our jurisdictions, we have tax issues and tax disputes that we all need to discuss. And so we are very honored to have Commissioner Karom Borogo, Deputy Commissioner Litigation Services at the Kenya Revenue Authority, The Kenya Revenue Authority is a favorite authority of all Kenyans, including myself. Honorable Commissioner, may I welcome you to the stage? And we also have Mr. Samuel Mbiriri, who's a director of the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration. Let me now welcome Honorable Justice Kudirat of Nigeria, who is co-chairing the session, as well as my Chief Justice, Honorable Justice Martha Koome, who will also co-chair this session. A round of applause, please. Now, for the avoidance of doubt, that panel is 2/3 compliant. Honorable Chief Justice, I hand the floor to you. Asante.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. That way? Yes, thank you. And thank you very much, Rose Washuka. It is an honor for me to chair this panel with my sister. Yes, he's directing me where the program is. Yes, with my dear sister. I don't like this topic, like I know all of us don't. So I was wishing that we could escape this and continue with the very vibrant discussion that was going on here about the way forward, and very, very interesting ideas that I was jotting down. But we have to face the reality of where we are at as African countries, as a continent, that we really have to stand on our own, even borrowing from the speech from His Excellency the President, that we have to mobilize our own resources for our own development. And we all know the central place of tax collection, because that is what enables a country to deliver services to the people. I think the Chief of Staff alluded to the system we have here in Kenya. We have the Kenya Revenue Authority that is charged with the responsibility and the mandate of collecting taxes. And of course, we have the Nairobi Center for Dispute Resolution, trying to see how we can embed the practice of dispute resolution here in Kenya, and even how Kenya can become a hub for dispute resolutions. So with that, without much ado, I will ask the questions that have been put here to guide us. What features do we need in our tax administration and payment systems which do not undermine the cross-border commerce, and how can they be addressed upstream to prevent disputes We want to encourage cross-border trade because we have the free trade area that we are trying to promote. But now, how can we deal with these tax regimes? I think I will ask Carol to go first.
Thank you, Chief Justice, for the opportunity, and good afternoon to all of us. I'll take the question, just go straight to attempt to answer it. So from my perspective, we need to be very transparent. We need to improve transparency, simplicity, predictability, particularly in the tax administration itself, that is within of course, the tax administrators. And one of the ways that I see as when I think about, for example, transparency, is in the systems that we have, the internal systems that we have to assist with the tax collection, which of course is a key constitutional requirement. And as you've said, Madam Chief Justice, we must be able to fund ourselves as a country. So I move my conversation from the fact that it's a mandatory requirement, and then I go to the transparency in our systems, simplicity in the laws. I know that our laws have been very complex in the past, but of course with the help of judiciary in terms of interpreting those laws and giving us then that certainty. I feel that cross-border transactions, particularly when I think about trade, would be enhanced through that simplicity and predictability. I also want to talk about when I think about cross-border transactions, I think about trade. I would also foresee or think about a scenario where we have to have bodies or institutions that are operating or cooperating together. So I think about the World Customs Organization, how they keep on assisting countries to harmonize the laws, harmonize processes, for example, customs importation processes. We also have the OECD, we have ATAF. So those international bodies would be what would be assisting us to be more harmonious and to have, for instance, different tax authorities speaking from the same voice or speaking from the same place. And when I think about dispute resolution now, when a dispute emerges, dispute will always emerge. For me, judiciary is key, with as I've said, interpreting the laws consistently. But when I think now about ADR, it is really at the heart of tax disputes, because ADR is more, we, of course, all the tenets of ADR, but for me, it's the speed within which ADR enables businesses to really close disputes and move forward. So perhaps that's how I would answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will also ask the next panelists, Samuel, to tell us how you're strengthening the Nairobi Center for Dispute Resolution so that it can become a center of choice for dispute resolution in the region.
Thank you, Madam Chief Justice. Good afternoon. So the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration is a statutory body established in 2013 and began operations in 2015. And one of the key roles that the center has is developing policy for ADR. The whole morning, CJ, I think people have been speaking about the bills. I heard you speak about the reforms that are being done. We do have a national ADR policy that was tabled in Parliament, session of paper number 4 of 2024. but it didn't go through the cycle of Parliament. But currently, we are also in the process through engaging other stakeholders in reforming the entire infrastructure of the Arbitration Act. In Kenya, we still have the 1995 Arbitration Act. UK had a 1996, they now have a 2025 Act. We are still in 1995. So we are in the process of bringing the Arbitration Act of Kenya to be a modern statute, whereby issues of third-party funding, and Nigeria is ahead of us in that area in their 2023 Act, third-party funding for arbitration, and importantly also, one of the problems, and CJ will also speak as a private practitioner because I run an arbitration practice, one of the problems we usually have is that simple questions like removal of an arbitrator, appointment of an arbitrator, is a question that once the arbitrator determines that question, and they say, I'm in office, and a party wants to challenge an arbitrator's decision to remain in office, then you go to the High Court in most jurisdictions to challenge that decision. And you go through the usual court listing. I know the Commercial Court in Kenya has been working to fast track those matters, but you still find yourself that the fastest you can get a determination could be 6 months, which is actually very good when you look at the life cycle of a commercial suit. But in 6 months, parties could have lost interest in the arbitration or whatever it was that, remember, an arbitration is a dispute. There could be goods that were in the port. Somebody could have been waiting for goods that were to be imported, but there was a dispute. So one of the reforms that is coming in is that within the Nairobi Center for International Arbitration Act, it establishes an arbitral court. And one of the conversations we are having with the Attorney General, the judiciary, is whether this arbitral court, which is not made up of the ordinary judges, if I call our lords the ordinary judges, but this is a court of peers, the leading practitioners in international arbitration worldwide, forming that court such that a question of jurisdiction, conflict of laws, removal of an arbitrator is sent to a professor of arbitration who is sitting as a member of the arbitral court. This system exists in most centers. And that is why we are saying, how are we positioning? Why is London the preferred seat? Why is Paris or Singapore the preferred seat? And the President, His Excellency, spoke about Singapore. It's because they have arbitral centers with an arbitral court to resolve these issues in matters of days so that the arbitral process can continue. So that is one of the reforms that is there in the current bills that are being cleaned up with the Attorney General before being presented to Parliament.
Thank you very much. I think I'll hand over now to my sister to take it from here.
It's on yet? All right. Thank you very much, my sister, Lady Chief Justice. To contribute to the conversation, first of all, in Nigeria also we have a tax appeal tribunal which has contributed very significantly to the development of specialized tax jurisprudence. And I think something that is important is predictability of outcomes. And if you have these specialized areas and there's a predictability of outcome, it helps in the resolution of disputes. I think it's also important because we are talking about cross-border disputes as well, that the issue of the Singapore Convention that has been mentioned here is actually very important to ensure that any disputes that are resolved through mediation can actually be enforced. So I think it's something that cannot be overemphasized. Another thing that is important, I believe, is training. As you know, I do emphasize training a lot. And when you have training on your tax laws, it means that you have a more consistent outcome of disputes. And any tribunals that are dealing with these disputes have a good direction in which to go. Simplicity in the laws is also another issue that is quite critical. And recently, our tax laws in Nigeria have been reenacted and simplified, and a lot of public enlightenment so that it makes things more clearer, you understand them better. There will still be disputes, but the law is a lot clearer. It's made very simple so that even lay persons can read the law, understand what their responsibilities are, and so on. Yes, so that's my contribution for now. We can continue.
Thank you very much for sharing. I think one of the key takeaway from our leadership sharing is that we need to simplify our tax regime. Especially the Kenya tax regime is absolutely complex. You cannot say judicial pronouncements have simplified it, because it's like you have to go and read the judgments, what the court has said, for you to understand what the act, the principal act is saying, and especially when it comes to the East Africa regime of payment of taxes is even more complex. I know it is heavy lifting, but even if you can take it upon yourselves to just simplify the way Nigeria has done, I think it's a good thing. I understand we have the distinguished participants from Uganda, the head of legal services of Uganda Revenue Authority. If I can give her this opportunity also to share with us what is happening in Uganda.
Thank you, my Lord and Chair of the session. Yes, I would like to share the Ugandan experience. This is a very pivotal question. ADR, especially in tax matters, because my name is Catherine Donovan Chokunda, and I'm the Commissioner for Legal Services and Border Affairs for the Uganda Revenue Authority. We have really enhanced and embraced the concept of ADR within URA. And the reasons why is that although we have the alternative dispute resolution regulations that were passed, we have found that at the time when they were conceptualized, they did not really look at the commercial and literacy practicalities of our economy and the digitalization realities. So the regulations provided for 7 days from the objection decision, within which you are required to make your application for review. Now, for the local businessman who is not constantly looking at their gadgets to see whether they've received an email or who may have issues with their email, that really didn't work out. And what was happening is a lot of people were caught up in the technicalities. They were told you're out of time, and they had no remedy. And the other issues they were facing were the fact that you had a dispute, you had been, for instance, assessed for tax because according to the system and someone's assessment, you had been figured to have had rental property. And the person is arguing that they don't have actually the said rental property. They had maybe 2 units. One of those units they were residing in, and the other unit actually was being habited by the sibling. So essentially, they don't have the income that you're stating. However, they would be told the technicality that you did not apply for review within the 7 days, and you're too late for an application. You will have to make an application to the Tax Appeals Tribunal, and well, to do that, you still have to pay 30% of the tax. And actually, because you're too late now, you will have to go ahead and make an application to be allowed to make the application. Now, in the face of those really practical realities, it was found that it wasn't really quite serving the purpose, and there were lots of frustrated taxpayers who genuinely wanted to resolve their problems. So we have put in place something we consider to be circumstances for exceptional review. It's not documented within the regulations. It doesn't exist in the tax laws as they currently are. However, under that, we are able to give audience to review and look at the merits of the case and look at what is really going on, because tax is a creature of statute. And we are currently having so many applications coming in that way, and we're resolving ledger issues and problems and histories, which I think has been incredibly beneficial because people feel they've got an audience and we are not penalizing them and making that unpalatable topic of taxation quite something to kind of be proud of as they all contribute in their ways. So that's the narrative from the Uganda Revenue Authority, although Kenya is quite a way ahead in that regard, and we want to look at the system of Kenya in terms of the process and change of law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very poignant to hear that you are even able to sidestep the rules to allow the citizens come for arbitration of their matters when they have a dispute. In fact, when we were trying to strengthen the tax appeals tribunal, because recently it came under the judiciary, under the realm of the judiciary. Before it was an administrative tribunal, but now it is within the judiciary, and we did some stakeholder consultation, and what Kenyans said is that they prefer actually to negotiate when they have a tax dispute. So it's also a preferred way of the taxpayers that they negotiate their situation rather than have a judgment delivered against them. When it comes to the cross-border trade, I want to ask this question: what practical reforms would we embrace to strengthen tax certainty and payment reliability so that we can grow this Africa Free Trade Area Authority and to improve confidence with our investors and to prevent dispute resolution? I know we have the East Africa Court of Justice here, the President, and I see also Lady Justice Amandi. I also know Barbara Cray of IDLO is very knowledgeable about tax matters, so I'm calling you out so that you can guide us in this area.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chair. As we speak now, we have a number of cases in our court. Because, you know, the treaty establishing the community provides for stage of integration, one being the Customs Union Protocol. Now we have now a single law dealing with the customs issues, the taxes. Now when a Burundian buys his products in Dar es Salaam, it is like he's bought them in Bujumbura. So there is no problem with regard to the customs. But the issue of taxes, all those matters are being now updated by the Customs Union Protocol. But under the Common Market Protocol now, with the issue of free movement, those things, we have challenges on NTBs, the non-tariff barriers. So we have cases which involve the partner states, but now even now the Competition Authority, which is dealing with these issues, I'm sure the people with the tax, the Kenya Revenue Authority, the Uganda Revenue Authority who are here, they must be aware, because every day they meet. They meet because the countries are also every day creating these non-tariff barriers. So even before you go to African continental free trade areas, even within the sub-regions, there are failures. There are failures. We have cases, the BAT case which was filed against the Republic of Uganda, which was imposing excise duty over the products from Kenya, but which was dealt by the court. Now it is closed. We have the Grand Lac supplier from Burundi. So those are the cases, because within the region, the Eastern region, some members are not respecting their obligations already under the treaty. So I think these kinds of standardization are very important, but also complying with their obligations. So something may need to be done, but I think there is an improvement. The Kenya Revenue Authority of Uganda, they know, because they are always meeting, but also they are dealing with those issues, even the finance.
Is there any form of NDL that has been embraced by the East African Court of Justice?
Yes, yes. Even today we have some. Now we have some matters. We have some matters, but also we thank the judiciary of Kenya, because one of the arbitral awards which have been rendered recently by the East African Court of Justice, it has been promulgated by the judiciary of Kenya. So we have cases which involve the partner states, but also with the NGOs, but also with the business people, because the treaty under Article 32, the treaty also is what they're saying, that the judges in the morning they are the judges, in the afternoon they are arbitrators. So sometimes also it creates confusion. So the judges are being trained as arbitrators. In the morning they come with the judges. In the afternoon we are the arbitrators. So, but we are trying to see whether we can amend our rules. In the paper in university, we have decided LMU on how we can amend our rules, so that the judges in the morning are not the judges. In the afternoon are the arbitrators. Because even if you change the seat, as Uganda said, you change the seat, people will not see it as the judges. But you remain the judges. It is not the gown which make you to be. So we have the rules. We are also an arbitral institution, but those studies are there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Barbara? You want to use this mic? Yes, please use my seat. One day you are going to be Chief Justice.
My lady, I am humbled by that. I think this is truly an honor as I impose myself on this seat. But thank you. Greetings to all of you. My name is Barbara Kilei. I am the Country Manager for International Development Law Organization based in Uganda. And IDLO is an organization that creates a culture of justice through the different interventions that we do. Now, my lady, for the question that you have posed, which is specifically what are the practice reforms that can strengthen tax certainty and payment reliability in support of the AFCFTA implementation, investor confidence, and dispute prevention? I think first and foremost would be in the clarity and predictability of tax rules. Mm-hmm. We all know that our tax policies change every year. And with that, with the different modalities that we have adopted in the regulation or the legal reform for tax policies, it is important that this become clear and predictable to the investors so that they can understand what form of tax policy the government is going to take. And it's not just for foreign investors. This is also critical for domestic investors. For example, in Uganda, there's some tax holidays that are granted to investors of a certain class. Now, if it was clear that this could also be included for the middle-level SMEs that are intending to, for example, come up with innovative mechanisms to improve either manufacturing, agricultural, or tech business, then this could improve investor confidence. And it would also support if we have mechanisms that can support earlier how to address any upcoming tax policy. For example, in the year, we always know what the tax policy is going to be in by around March and April. Having a settlement forum or an advance mechanism that can be supported for the private sector, for the legal fraternity to engage with the different government agencies, so the Ministry of Finance, the Tax Authority, and the central banks, so that these issues are addressed before the tax policy is passed in that particular year, thereby reducing the disputes that are likely to be seen. Because we've seen it in Kenya where we have the finance bill, for example, only after it has passed that then people rush to court, or once it has reached the critical elements of its approval, then that is when people seek to stop it. But if we had advanced engagement mechanisms that enable public participation of all stakeholders, I believe this will ensure that the policies, once they're developed, they're easy to implement and easy to enforce. My lady, I think in terms of this forum, we have been discussing ADR. And I think it may be useful to consider ADR at whatever stage for tax issues. Because even when the matter goes to appeal, like now the Ugandan court has got appellate mediation, which is mediation at the Court of Appeal stage. Because tax issues are public interest concerns. If the revenue authority is unable to recover funds, then government is unable to raise resources that can drive its development agenda. In that case, it may be important to consider the possibility of applying ADR to any tax dispute at whatever level it has reached, because it encourages compliance and it encourages recovery. Finally, I think I would like to speak to capacity building and professional standards. My lady, it is important for the Chief Justices, as you are present here today, to consider the question of professional standards of ADR practitioners. This is something that can encourage professionalism of ADR use around the globe, and in this case, around the continent. I think many of the ADR practitioners are regulated according to the professional institution or professional calling that they have. So lawyers have their law societies that are governing them, engineers have their associations. But for ADR practitioners, it is important to go beyond the professional backing of any individual and consider how we can inculcate global or continental standards of professionalism that embed integrity, accountability, and fairness in the practice of ADR. Finally, capacity building. I do not think that there is any point in our lives where we stop learning. And it is important that we develop continuous professional development on tax matters and also on ADR practice. For purposes of this discussion, when it comes to payment certainties, payment forms are changing every day. We started with M-Pesa, we are now on e-payments, we may be going to different currencies, cryptocurrencies is changing every other day, and it is important that we build the capacity of all those who are involved in the resolution of payment disputes and tax disputes to understand how best to improve the collection of tax and how best to enhance compliance by all stakeholders. My lady, that would be my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was quite comprehensive, my sister.
Thank you very much to the last speaker for the different thought-provoking issues that you raised. The next question is, what can judiciaries do to promote the use of ADR in banking and financial sector disputes? Before I throw it open for intervention, I want to say that something that is very important is that it's obvious from all the interventions we've had so far that all our various jurisdictions believe in ADR, or alternative mechanisms for resolving disputes apart from litigation. But what that also means is that we have to show this, this commitment through the way we decide our cases. We have talked a lot about predictability, for instance, and in commercial disputes, yes, we have various processes, procedures, we have fast track and so on and so forth. But how we decide our cases, especially in any matters that have been referred to arbitration, is quite key. So early this year, our Supreme Court came out very strongly in a matter involving a commercial dispute that had gone to arbitration. And a lot of times, I'm sure we'll find in many of our jurisdictions, that matters that go to arbitration often end up back in the court, defeating the whole purpose. One party seeking to enforce the award, the other party seeking to set it aside. And in this particular case, some technical issues were raised. So in the agreement itself that contained an arbitration clause, there were some parties that were beneficiaries, but not necessarily signatories to the contract agreement itself, but they derived benefit from the contract. And then when the matter came to court, there was an attempt to resile from the responsibility that arose under that contract based on the fact that some of the parties said, oh, we didn't actually sign the contract, but they were beneficiaries of the contract. And the court, first of all, normally when you raise preliminary objections, it could be a situation where if that objection is resolved, the whole matter might be thrown out. But the court decided that it was important to lay down policy in this particular matter. And it held that those parties, because they had benefited from the contract, could not now, when it came time to enforcement, try to say that, oh, we were not parties just because we didn't sign. And so the court enforced or enhanced the respect for arbitration agreements, recognition that consent may be inferred from conduct. So that was the position the court took, that from your conduct, having taken benefit under this contract, you could not now resile and say we have no responsibility. The importance of finality of arbitration awards and judicial restraint in relitigating matters that have already been settled. So the point being made is that us as judiciaries, we also have a responsibility to send a clear message that arbitration is the preferred way of resolving disputes, and when you have contracted or you have benefited under a contract that contains an arbitration clause, you cannot at the time of enforcement now try to resile from it and say I have no responsibility. So we have that responsibility, and it's one of the ways for our judiciaries to encourage ADR and to support awards when they are made. So with that little introduction, I will now take interventions. What can judiciaries do to promote the use of ADR in banking and financial sector disputes? Yes, please.
Yes, I'm being drawn to the attention of Francis, is it?
Francis Kimara. Francis Kimara.
Yes. Speak.
Your Lordship, Francis is the former president of Uganda Law Society. He has supported the judiciary of Uganda on this growing ADR. He's worked with our current CJ when he was principal judge, when he was deputy chief justice, on growing ADR, and is, I think, the first. My Lord CJ will correct me.
Francis, you can also sit on my chair. I bless you that you will one day become the Chief Justice.
My lady, I hope I'll manage to make a submission. But thank you for your kindness, my lady. I just wanted to say one thing. First, to appreciate you, my lady, and the Chief Justices for this very wonderful forum. I've been working very closely since the inception to support the founder, the Chief Justice Emeritus Owiny-Dollo, working at the back as his technical support team to get this idea rolling out. And through that, we have as well seen the wonderful partnership between many actors in getting ADR rollout. The key thing, my lady, we need to do, and coming from a private practitioner's point, is the continuous need to ensure that the wheel turns for every stakeholder in terms of empowerment. And I think it is Professor DeWalt that says that when the Chief Justices set the tone, then all the other actors follow. And we have seen that in Uganda. The CJ Emeritus set the tone. The current CJ is really pushing this, and we are beginning to embrace. Of course, as lawyers, there is a lot of what in marketing they call late adopters. You come to buy the product much later. We are going to be late adopters buying this ADR product much later. But again, the key thing here is that the institution of the judiciary, especially the leadership, should interface more with the law societies in terms of ensuring more training. Training is important. Some of my colleagues will not believe that they need training. Some will come to the room entitled that, you know, mediation must be done by lawyers. I hear that conversation. But again, us who have done the unlearning and relearning, we are beginning to say that justice is not only about us lawyers, but we must be sensitive to the justice users. We must not think that we have the monopoly to occupy the space of justice. And here, if we have that mindset, then we'll not be dealing with the 64% problem that we have all been talking about. So retraining lawyers is critical, but involving them, again, we had a conversation about how lawyers should be left out. My view is that no, involve them much more, because by involving them, they buy into this. They actually become trainers themselves. They begin to teach their clients, we need to be involved. So I think rather than locking them out, involve them, train them, empower them, and get them into the space. The other group, my Lord, as a private actor in this space, is there's another critical group that we should not leave out, the Office of the Attorney General. I think if the CJs are leading, we should also be thinking about that critical office, the Minister of Justice. How do we get them to be part of the promoters of ADR? Because government is a big litigator in many of these jurisdictions. And you can see that if we don't begin to get a strategy through the forum of involving them, then many things will delay. So I think as this forum takes off, leadership that empowers the key stakeholders, especially the main ones, the lawyers through the law societies, the attorney generals, is going to be very, very critical. And I think that when we do that, my lady, we will be able to have this wonderful movement grow. But I think that being part of these 2 days, we all are beginning to agree that we can indeed build a justice system that serves, listens, resolves, and most importantly, restores relationships. I thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Francis Gimara. I think we'll invite you to come to Kenya and train the Law Society. It is really important that we all move together, like you said. The wheels of justice turn on all stakeholders so that no one is drawing us backwards. I think Pepperdine University helped Kenya when we were trying to deal with an avalanche of tax appeals. The Judicial Service Commission had just taken the Tax Appeals Tribunal, and we wanted to establish a mediation or an ADR unit within the within the Commercial and Tax Division. And they have been training us, and I think maybe if you have something to share about that effort that you have put in Kenya. But as you organize yourselves, even Samuel had something to say.
All right, thank you, Chief Justice. I think we should just be asking ourselves the way forward, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. My Lord, the Chief Justice from Nigeria knows that she comes from a region that has many Francophone countries surrounding them. And they came together and did the unthinkable. 17 countries with uniform business laws, the OHADA system, whereby you have unified acts that in case there is conflict with national law, then the uniform act that applies across the 17 countries takes precedence. And it has resolved some of the problems we are dealing with in the region here, such that they have the uniform acts for business laws. They went ahead to have a uniform act for arbitration for the 17 nations, and they have an arbitral court. I deal with a lot of construction disputes, and I have clients who have now moved from Kenya to the Republic of Benin because they are saying things are predictable there. Because if I'm operating in this region, unified business law, you have one uniform arbitration act, you have one arbitral court, and it is giving decisions that are uniform. So I think as we talk about building commercial confidence in Africa, which is the topic for this panel, that unification, if you look at the AFCFTA, it provides for business being transacted. But the same protocol just provides for state-to-state dispute resolution, yet it is businesses that are trading, not the states. So where do members from those states that are doing business go to resolve their disputes? In the event they have, we still come back to local courts. We start arguing, where do we go? We start saying we can only go to London or Paris because we don't have a provision for resolving disputes within Africa. Kenya and Ghana were the first to take advantage of the AFTA protocol. The president who was here today, back then was the deputy president, but back then they flagged off the first shipment of tea to go to Ghana by road. And in every border between here, and it was deliberate, not by air, by road. And at every border point of every country between here and Ghana, that truck that was flagged off by a president was stopped at every customs point to make customs declaration. I don't know whether by the time the tea got to Accra, it was still fresh. But you can see the problems that are there, and that is what the local business is asking. If I do business with somebody in Cameroon, if I do business with somebody in Nigeria under the AFTA protocol, in case there is a dispute, where do I go? So if we have a provision whereby commercial disputes can be resolved within Africa, if you tell us, for example, as Nairobi Center and other Lagos Court of International Arbitration, that we have a uniform act under the AFTA protocol to resolve commercial disputes, then we will create that confidence that you're talking about. And I think judiciary can be a driver of this conversation by saying, remove these from the... Nobody will come and invest if they know they are subject to domestic courts. So driving this conversation saying, yes, there is that protocol, but can it also provide for resolution of disputes for commercial actors in the space? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I see a hand there, and then Caroline will also respond.
Asante sana, my lady. Now, I'm also honored to be sitting behind your chair. Just quick, because of the time, I wanted to just share the experience, 3 areas in regard to how to promote this judiciary to promote the use of ADR in banking and financial institutions. One, last year we had a special cleanup session, matters regarding land, and also, of course, when you talk about land, it's inevitable to avoid banks. There are issues which involve the bank and the financial institutions. So during the special cleanup session that we had, most of them, they ended by mediation. And we did take an avenue, an opportunity, as you know, the skills normally we use, we try to remind the advocates who come before the court, before talking to their parties, the importance of mediation. Just for some of them who, become a bit reluctant because it isn't the process. So that was very successful in the cleanup session from the high court level up to the Court of Appeal. But again, my lady, I wish to say to you that I'm glad the Mediation Center, some of you might not know, we have it in Tanzania, that is led by Honorable Judge Maruma and Judge Arfani, who are with us. They have introduced, since 2023 in Tanzania, they've been an annual award. Now we have been having that for almost 3 years. During that annual award, we normally have a special session where all the bankers, people from the financial institution, the banking, normally come and participate fully, and there's a special session for that where they come and present a paper. But again, finally, we are so glad to share also, in April, we had a week of usuluhishi. The ADR week, we had different activities. Among them, where we had a unique forum where all the advocates and the state attorneys, we had a dialogue regarding the ADR. So this has been very helpful. We are saying that in Swahili, tunatembea pamoja na wadau wote. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you very much for that information on one of the best practices to encourage taxpayers to come forward and pay. I think, Caro Brugo, you also have something.
Thank you, Madam Chief Justice. I'll just be very brief, and I give a more specific discussion around KRA's tax dispute resolution and how we go about it. We have quite a huge portfolio of disputes, I think over 2,500, all of them going at first point to the Tax Appeals Tribunal. But then the law allows that once you have filed your case at the tribunal, you have an option to do ADR. And therefore, we have what we call a technical ADR, which was started in 2019, pursuant to IMF requirements for tax administrations, that the commissioner that issued an assessment is not the same commissioner who makes a decision on an objection. So that particular department also runs with now what we call alternative dispute resolution. And I want to give our perspective and our position at KRA is that litigation doesn't resolve disputes. And the reason why we are clear that litigation doesn't resolve is because of the appeal process. So you finish at ADR, you get either a win or a loss, either side goes to the High Court, and either the other side goes to the Court of Appeal and so on. So for us, we are very clear that ADR is the way to go, because once you do an ADR agreement and you have payment plan, then that dispute is over. The only thing remaining is for us to monitor the payment plan, and the business can keep on going. So the point that I'm trying to communicate is that we have embraced ADR so much and so aggressively that we are actually allowing ADR at every forum, whether it's at the tribunal, whether it's at it doesn't matter at what level the case is, but you find some cases are so heavily contested because of the heavy dispute. Because of the heavy assessment, the tax, that sometimes the traders would wish to have their cases determined. And that's where then we were saying for us, the judiciary comes in very critically for us to give us that certainty that, because based on precedent, this is how this issue will perhaps be determined. And with that certainty, then we are also able to push ADR and tell taxpayers, look, the courts have already pronounced themselves on this issue. Just settle it at this point. So you see also the decisions of the courts assist us at ADR using what we are calling precedent. And once taxpayers then see that the courts have already spoken, then there is no need to buttress the same issue. The other critical point I wanted, so for us, we are clear on that. And I just wanted to give one or two statistics to understand what kind of revenues we are dealing with. We are dealing with 150 billion released this financial year by the judiciary. So between June and today, the judiciary has assisted us to release wins, not losses. When I think about the portfolio, it's over 200, actually maybe double that, 300 billion. So 300 billion worth of disputes have been had by the judiciary so far, and the financial year is not over. And out of that, because we have quite a high success rate due to the strategies we employ, we have 150 billion released, but it's not released to the economy. It is just released on paper, and that's why our argument is ADR is the way to go. So that then we can, at the end of the day, because what we want is not just a paper judgment, what we want is the revenue to come. If it's coming, and if it's not coming, we let the taxpayer go. But the other critical point for me, I think someone mentioned government agencies. There is a directive that, and especially with disputes on taxes, you will not see those cases in court because we are doing mandatory mediation on government cases, and there is a mediator, the former Solicitor General Ogeto, SG Senior Counsel Ogeto, is the one that is a government mediator. So you'll not see any government-to-government disputes in court. You will only find them through mediation. So I think the point here is there's a place for everybody. I think someone said that there's a place for the commercial disputes, there's a place for ADR, there's a place for government, there's a place for the mediators as well. As soon as they are able then, of course, to, I think someone has talked about it as a profession, because, for example, at KRA, the kind of ADR we do is a technical ADR, because we have to look at those documents, you have to look at books, you have to look at invoices, you have to look at tax treaties, you have to understand valuation methods, you have to understand so many cross-border questions to be able to meaningfully participate in that mediation. And part of the mediation for me is the confidence that the taxpayers have. It's not about saying that we have it. It's about, are the parties then confident enough to come and participate? And for them to be that confident, of course, we again go back to the question of training our mediators, keeping on having the dialogues that we have been having, even this kind of a dialogue. So it's, for me, it's a continuous exercise. But so far, that is where we are, and we strongly feel that we are headed in the right direction. And we are very happy to continuously collaborate with our judiciary. In fact, in our program of activities for KRA, we must have at least 4 engagements, so that then with the judiciary, so that we can keep on having this dialogue and ensure that then we are able to ensure, of course, at the end of the day, that Kenya's sovereignty is protected through being able to finance its plans and finance its agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Caroline, only you put a caution that the money collected by the judiciary is paper and judgment. I was going to demand that you double our budget because we have collected so much for you. I think Pepperdine University is ready, but I would like to hear something from Zimbabwe. If our brother, the Deputy Chief Justice of Zimbabwe, could also prepare to share with us what happens in Zimbabwe as far as the tax regimes are concerned and the use of India. Yes, welcome, Seth. You can also use my seat comfortably. Yes, and our time is actually kicking. Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice Koome. I must say that it is a pleasure to be in Kenya and to participate at this forum. as a country, I must say that we have started a bit late on ADR. We do have certain processes within our legal system that have applied certain principles of ADR. But as a country, we have not, unfortunately, over the years, really given this matter serious consideration. I think you may recall that in 2024, there was a meeting of Chief Justices in Kampala. And it was at that stage, or at that meeting, that our retired Chief Justice, he participated and he understood the role that ADR in general can play within our system. It was after that meeting that on his return, he constituted a committee to look into the possibility of formally introducing ADR into our system, both in the criminal section as well as in the civil section. As we speak, we do have a draft bill on plea bargaining. We do have another bill dealing with mediation. But I must say that after yesterday's visit, and also after listening to a number of presentations from the various speakers, Chief Justices here, including yourself, of course, I must say that my view is that we may need to go back to the drawing boards, because I think what we have is probably too narrow, and we need to expand the ADR that I think would best serve Zimbabwe as a country. We do have sub-mediation, we do have reconciliation in some cases, we do have also a number of interventions. But as I said, in the sense in which this matter is being discussed at this forum, I think we have a lot of work to do. But I believe that in the next 1 year, in the next 12 months when we meet again, I think I'll have very good news for this forum. Thank you.
Thank you. We will work together this journey. We have run out of time, but please have 2 minutes to tell us what you did for our commercial and tax division to embrace ADR.
Thank you, my lady. And just when we thought you couldn't be more hospitable, you've made the use of your chair very broadly applicable, so thank you for the temporary use of your chair. Yes, we were honored to be invited by your ladyship to do a foundational commercial mediation training with the commercial and tax division this past September, October, over the course of 3 days. And to the point that's been raised in this room, the need for training should be applicable not just cross-jurisdictionally, but cross-stakeholder, cross-division even. And so it was a great experience to be able to do the foundational commercial mediation training for the tax and commercial division specifically, and the feedback that we received on the surveys was very positive. And I think that Pepperdine has seen that as a good model of starting with the foundation, because the soft skills, the intrinsic value of hypotheticals, of simulations, of roundtable discussions, all, excuse me, in the context of mediation more broadly, can lay the strong foundation to then come back for, say, a 2.0, where the substance then dives deeper into the technicalities of tax-specific application. And so with your ladyship's approval, I think that would be perhaps the next step is building upon that foundational commercial mediation training with those same stakeholders to reconvene and make the actual substance and even the simulations and the hypotheticals much more tax-specific. And so we would welcome that opportunity.
Thank you. I invited you because I thought other Chief Justices might like to invite Pepperdine University to do a similar training for your commercial and tax divisions. Another feedback I want to give you is that recently they requested that we separate and create a unit for tax and arbitral awards at the commercial court so that they can expedite and they can specialize. So it's bearing fruits. Thank you very much. I think our time is over. I really want to thank my co-chair and all the participants, including the panelists here, for a very, very lively and robust discussion. I think now, Chair said he was redundant. I think we are also redundant.
Yes. Honorable Chief Justice, with your permission, may I invite you to take your seat?
Yes.
As my Lord the Chief Justices sit, I think we can all agree. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner from Uganda, and all the wonderful technical interventions that we have had here today. We're going to move into another very special but exclusive session, because for any formation to be successful, I think peer review is very, very critical. And I do truly appreciate that our Honorable Chief Justices really value that peer review space, which is what we're going to have next. But as I was reflecting through the conversations, I think something very historic happened here today. For all the distinguished women leaders, perhaps we had a 1985 moment yet again. I don't know how many of you know what happened in 1985 in Nairobi. We had the forward-looking manifesto that got to 1995 in Beijing, that got to the perfectly formed panel that led these discussions this afternoon. And I think that the starting point or the stage has been set. But I'm truly grateful, because when history is written, I think our Chief Justices and judicial leaders who are in this room will have determined that history. The history to decolonize our justice systems, recognize the agency of our people, and still make sure that justice, good justice, reaches our people. Allow me to invite all our other delegates and friends to now take a break until dinner, which will be served at 7 p.m. tonight. There's going to be a lot of entertainment. There's going to be a lot of music and dancing. But I also welcome you to go to Sarit Center, to Village Market, to TRM, which is not very far, and please take home some Kenyan spirit while our Chief Justice work harder than us, because the Chief Justices still have some while to go. So I will welcome you to take your leave. We will now go into a closed session of the Chief Justices, which will focus on identifying the way forward. But please come back for dinner. We have gala dinner for all of you. I believe you've all received an invitation. If it hasn't reached you, please take this as the Honorable Chief Justice of Kenya's invitation to the dinner. I will request, however, that we have our Chief Justices, our Chief Justice Emeriti, the heads of delegations, and the Deputy Chief Justices to stay for the closed session, and everybody else to please take your leave, with the exception of the Chandler Institute of Justice, which is helping us with the technical aspects of thinking through the outcomes, as well as the Pepperdine faculty team. Please, I welcome all our other colleagues to really take your leave. And now, if you allow me, I will welcome His Lordship Justice Peter Shivute to chair this session, together with Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Sierra Leone. They will be the co-chairs of this session, Honorable Chief Justice Peter Shivute and Honorable Chief Justice Komba Kamanda. We will see you during the dinner. The communique that will come out of this session will be shared online. We will distribute it widely so you will get a feel of it. And I love that there's hesitation to leave the room. That's just how amazing the discussions have been. Lakini kilicho na mwanzo, lazima kiwe na mwisho. And we have been ever so blessed to be the flies on the wall, following and clutching on to every discussion. My Lord Chief Justice, you're welcome. And I will also welcome back on stage our